Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting with your boy Snare as we continue with the TI10 qualifiers. We just saw Fnatic take OB.Neon down 2-1 in an exhilarating tie. Bit more split pushing than I was happy with in that series, but we're gonna see here against TNC Predator and Boom Esports which one of them is gonna be facing against OB.Neon in the winner bracket final tomorrow. Here, TNC Predator. Personally, this was my top seed to come out of the groups. Thus far, I didn't get to actually finish my predictions, but if I had done so, I would have been 1-4-2 at this point, because I thought No Ping was going to come out of South America. That was a bust, but Team Spirit rewarded my faith in them. We'll see if TNC Predator can do the same, as here we are into this game. Boom Esports playing on Radiant side. We've got TNC on Dire, who had first pick, and they expended it on Phoenix. Get Phoenix, of course. Boom Esports will just first pick Marana, dude. Like Dream, or they already play a lot of Marana on Boom Esports, so of course when they have a Phoenix in the game, they're gonna pick this up almost immediately. Lion comes up right after this Marana, so something that Boom is one of the only teams that still does is go for these first two picks of these supports. TNC Predator responded by going for the Broodmother, knowing full well that there's no support heroes that affect the Brood that much. Boom Esports with Axe in tow. This is one of the better heroes against Brood, especially in the laning phase, which leads me to believe that this might be safe lane Axe, potentially. Makes it a bit more difficult to run this though, if Terrorblade is the hero that's picked on the other side for TNC. Like TB Hoodwink, very stable, solid lane for the TB. Quite difficult to harass him out of that lane, to kill him, even if you have a lot of these other heroes that have disables like Marana Lion. More than that, TNC have some very good late game with this Terrorblade. To be fair, their team fight isn't that impressive. They only really have Supernova, and the heroes around the Supernova don't protect it that well. The primary protection at this point is Bushwhack. That's how you keep the egg alive. Erstwhile for Boom, their team fight is just chain disable on chain disable. Dude, if they get the Aghanim Scepter on Invoker, whoo, Cataclysm is gonna hurt. One thing though about the Boom Esports lineup, with all these disables and all these stuns, it does mean that if you ever get caught by any stun at all, you're just 100 to 0 without ever moving. It's very annoying. And there's no real save on the side of TNC Predator, besides the Sunray from Phoenix, which could actually make a difference given that this is a Terrorblade, so there's no Ancient Apparition on the Boom Esports lineup. Therefore, when TB is in a situation where he's being Sunrayed, he just has to survive long enough to Sunder, and suddenly the fight turns around. Because most of the damage from Boom, we sort of spoke about this concept in the previous game about the ways that damage emerge in the middle of the fight. For Boom, their damage, they jump in, they kill you, they go. TNC Predator can take these long drawn out engagements, but Boom really can't. So for them, the worst thing in the world would be a Sunder in the middle of these fights. We absolutely need the last pick for Boom Esports to be, I don't want like more burst damage. I need someone that can fight long and hard versus the TB. PL gets taken out, Naga Siren gets removed. So they're making sure that whatever gets played in that safe lane is not going to have that kind of threat against TB. For TNC Predator, they of course have the mid heroes for Armel banned against them. There will be no Lina, no Armel Tiny. Armel, one of the... changed my mind about the Tiny, because I thought Tiny was garbage. Still think it's mostly garbage, but him and Toronto Tokyo, y'all can play Tiny and it's acceptable. TNC. Where do we go here? Last pick. We need something to go into this mid lane, challenge the Invoker. Can't play Storm Spirit into Lion Marana Axe. Don't really feel like Ember Spirit's a good grab here either. DK's banned. There's no TA, no Kunkka, no Lina. There's no Viper. Death Prophet perhaps? I wouldn't mind DP. DP Lesh, one of these two. Maybe not Lesh actually. I'm looking at what they have on the side of Boom Esports. Unless you buy Aeon Disc, then it's fine. You can pick Lesh, right? I will Void Spirit. Alright, that's the one spirit we didn't mention. A hero that has fallen off pretty hard in recent times. Very rarely that you see this come out. This must be Armel saying, yo, I'm certain that this Void Spirit is gonna tear it up, bruh. You haven't really engaged in any conversations regarding not so soft drinks. Hey, I love so many not so soft drinks. Oh wait, I wonder actually if the things I say, if those get added to the ban list automatically or not, lol. One thing I love about Void Spirit in this game is Resonant Pulse with the Aghanim Scepter is going to be so good with the Silence here. I think that should be the priority. Like, nothing matters more than getting the Resonant Pulse out with Aghanim Scepter for Armel. And we have a last pick Pangolier. Where are they putting this Pango? It's FBZ Pango, so they're going to put this in the off lane. And it indeed, I told y'all it's going to be safe lane Axe, dude. With these supports, Broodmother in lane, had to be. Although, I personally don't think safe lane Axe is that good against Terrorblade though, which is my one concern. That being said, in this game, I feel like this Axe is going to eat the Terrorblade for lunch because he has so much backup from his team. Who do I like here? Not fully a fan of this Void Spirit, to be honest. I think there's more that can come out of this Invoker than will come out of this Void Spirit, especially because of how hard it is to kill these heroes in the backlines of the fight. Invoker has escape tools, Morana has escape tools, Pango has escape tools. Axe is Axe, you're not jumping on Axe as Void Spirit. So it feels like you're pretty much just stuck playing a utility Void. But it does give them Aether Remnant, which is like the only real catch they have. Real talk, actually, if I do this, right? If I do this, and I cannot see which team is which. Actually, we should pursue doing that, actually. Maybe I'll get like some kind of overlay that covers the teams. But I actually prefer the Boom Esports draft. I don't believe we've seen an Axe win just yet, right? In the qualifiers. We had 4 losses of it yesterday. Hold on, let me find out. All the safe lane Axes have been losing. So I don't know if this is going to be a repeat performance of that, but I love that Boom draft. I love it. Gabby TB has won many a game for TNC, but we'll see, is this the game that he's going to be able to perform at that high level? Lego, game number 1, Boom Esports versus TNC Predator. Let's rock.
Delicious.
Movement now from the side of Boom, as they're gonna go try find a way to be able to steal some of these early bounties. If they found themselves in early first blood, they'd be so happy, but I doubt that's actually gonna happen. And they're going for such a long wraparound here. Hasn't necessarily netted them anything, and they will walk past this observer ward, so TNC Predator are fully aware of what's going on, although they might have scouted out where the ward is. Let's see if they decide to do something about it, but it doesn't seem like they will. So Jareen, that is one of the major weaknesses for Boom's draft, is their push potential is limited to winning fights and then trying to aggressively siege on a particular tower. Erstwhile for TNC, like, they both have weaknesses, right? TNC's team fight isn't that great, but Boom's push isn't that great. So TNC, for them, ideally, they never actually want to find full 5v5 fights. This is a very pick-off orientated draft, and we'll see if they can make it work with the Phoenix as backup for team fight. The game is now underway. Mikoto Invoker in the mid lane here. We certainly need to get that Aghanim Scepter ASAP out of this Invoker in this game. Absent doing so, you're gonna just find yourself having to deal with so many damage problems. You'll need that big magical burst to come in. This top lane is gonna be quite interesting, because I don't think that they can apply any pressure to that Pango. But at the same time, I'm not sure how much farm Pango finds in the lane. It's a very annoying lane to play against the Phoenix. You pretty much are going to be farming with the Swashbuckle. We'll see how things go. Down here bottom, Tim's on the Hoodwink, eating a battle hunger right now. Just supporting Bok on this Broodmother. One of the major rationales for them picking this axe at all is because the enemy has Broodmother. Not just for the spiders, but because nowadays Broodmother is such a dominant force in the laning phase. You ideally want a safe lane hero that doesn't just get sucked into the Brood's pace. And Axe is certainly a hero like that. In fact, you see that Bok, the normal Broodmother style these days, is that once you hit level 2, level 3, insatiable hunger into bolas. Well, level 4 is when you get bolas. Level 2 you still get upgrade the webs. But either way, there's a point from which you just start playing very aggressively into the opponent. We're not going to see that today. Not against an axe. FBZ. As we were mentioning earlier, CS might be a bit hard to come by in that top lane. But won't die. Kescute might though. Bok looking for the first blood. Will he be able to find it? Very nice Earth Spike. Kescute keeps himself alive. Tims does not have enough damage to secure the kill, which will lead into a nice little escape there for our little Leon. Top lane, we're back on the side of the map, seeing that Gabby Terrorblade just farming to his heart's content. Nothing they can do to stop this. We're all starting to get to a point now where there aren't enough fire spirits from Boomy to go around, so FBZ is able to accrue some CS more and more often. Aether Remnant. Armal doing really well in this mid lane. This is a mid lane that Void Spirit should win more often than not. However, the one thing I think about that mid lane matchup is Armal, not only is he going to be able to win, you also get off onto the map faster than the Invoker does. Aether Remnant, speaking of Invoker and the Void Spirit, Armal able to get the pullback. He's going to try and look for the kill here. Has the level 2 Resonant Pulse, but there's no point into Dissimulate. If you had Dissimulate, maybe you go for that kill, but without it, rather not. See down bottom. Dreamocell on this axe, having a grand old time in this lane versus the Brood Mama. Dude, she's not even bothering for a second point web. She's like, whatever, dude, I'll just get bolos once. Getting that second point into web is very presumptive that it's gonna help in this lane when it really won't. Might as well get it at level 4. Bit of miscommunication here from the side of Boom Esports. Oh no. What is happening with my internet today? Uh-oh. Am I offline entirely? Okay, no, there we're back. We're back. I apologize for this, ladies and gentlemen, and my NB comrades. Y'all know how it is. Y'all know how it is. We struggling, bruh. We struggling. I love how the game... Why couldn't my internet spike happen at the same time as this pause? Very bizarre, very strange. Either way, we have seen thus far in the game no first blood. Why Bok not buying your own supporter pack? What? Yo, people are talking. That's one thing I love about C region as well. People are always talking trash. Like in a game, in an actual official game, dude. We're qualifying for TI, and we still have time to talk that shit. Love to see it. Yo, I'm really worried about Boom though right now because despite the fact that this Axe has been having a very good early game, so has the Terrorblade. And Gabby, they miss with the Swashbuckle in the top lane. If the Swashbuckle connects and maybe he gets lucky shotted, potentially they think about trying to throw in like an arrow or something, but given that it goes entirely wide, there's pretty much no point going for these shenanigans. Although here's a chance now that Boomy has been forced pretty far back. Well, there's no creep wave to force the TB not to farm, but still just farm. Alright, so looks like we're going to be having drops galore today. I'm not entirely sure why this keeps happening. We're back in the game. Hopefully we will stay in the game at this juncture. Boom were seemingly able to find the first blood. Who got brought down on that one? Did we see it? I don't think we did. It probably happened during the lag spike. Interestingly, the way that this game is being set up right now for TNC, they will have to ensure that they're ready for the fight, but the way they do that is not by just sitting back and farming. Consider that this Axe has been playing in the safe lane, so he's not going to be buying like an early blink dagger or anything like that. He wants that Manta style shot. That means that TNC will have an opportunity before this Axe really wants to fight to press the advantage, play with higher momentum than the side of Boom. Once Boom are ready for the mid game, their mid game is terrifying, but there's a little bit of an opportunity in between the laning phase breaking down and that phase of the game starting in the mid game where TNC can slot in there, in particular based off the movement from Armel. Speaking of Armel right now, he's gonna tank an arrow here in the mid lane. He's certainly gonna die. Bushwhack tries to keep him alive a little bit longer, but too many heroes positioned here from the side of Boom Esports. They get the kill. This should allow them to push for the tier 1 tower as well, at least put some damage onto it. But Tims as well as the Bok Phoenix are nearby to make 100% sure. Not the Boomy Phoenix, not the Bok Phoenix. Lol. Bottom, we see that they're trying to go onto this Axe. It's a very difficult kill to be able to pull off. Armel realizes this as well. Mikoto also showed up to mount a defensive maneuver here. I think that Armel is not the worst thing in the world that rotation doesn't go very well. What sucks, there's been so much activity around him that it makes it hard to adequately farm. Oh my fucking god, what is this? Dude. Why does this keep happening? Alright, there we go. There we go. There we go. Invoker's build. What does Invoker build this game? They just quickly get a kill onto Tims in the top lane. Boom. Hyde is on a killing spree. The only hero that's been finding kills, not just on his team, but in the entire map right now. That's hilarious. Invoker build can be standard here. You just go Spirit Vessel Midas, I think. Spirit Vessel Midas, BKB, Aghanim Scepter is, I think, the adequate build here for the Invoker. For Dreamo Cell though, obviously you want the Manta style as soon as humanly possible. Well on route towards picking up this item. And Dreamo Cell is in this very awkward position where you don't want to leave this lane, but you also want to go get more farm in the jungle. You know that if you leave, the tower will fall. You don't want to have that happen so early. It's a little bit awkward right now. We see top Tims. Swashbuckle will connect onto the little Hoodwink and Rolling Thunder. Oh, nice catch from Armel. That was so sick. Aether Remnant to interrupt the Rolling Thunder. Easy kill for TNC. Oh, snap. Strudefield. One of the real OGs. One of the real OGs. Stonefield been out here. What's going on, Stonefield? What's happening? How are things going? I hope work is treating you good. I hope you're vaccinated. Hope as many of you are vaccinated as possible. Regrettably, the more of us that aren't, the less efficacy those vaccines have. Over time, we might find you might need a double up, but it is what it is. Dreamo now can start farming these ancients that his team has dutifully set up for him. But, as mentioned earlier, his abandonment of the bottom part of the map does equal to Bok easily eviscerating the tower, bringing it down. We're going to start seeing in this game whether or not it's going to be this team here from Boom able to keep what's happening going, because things look decent for them right now, but it could look better. They need to be able to find some structural advantage. Crucially, they need to be able to, that's the issue, right? Until they get some kind of way to find Blink Dagger on Axe or even a Blink on the Pango, all the initiation comes from TNC, and we just see that now. Bok just walks down Kescute, gets followed up with Armel, who has the mobility to be able to move around. I mean, they have Astral Step, Icarus Dive, Scurry, Spider moving through webs. Boom literally has Swashbuckle and Leap. Those are their mobility spells right now, which certainly complicates life for the Boom team. Also means it's difficult for them to pressure the lanes at all. And this is what I was talking about. After the laning phase has broken down a bit, there is an opportunity. Ooh, FBZ just gets off the Rolling Thunder. Now might have actually led to danger for Armel. Armel's still alive. Dissimulates to the correct ring and stays alive as a result. Kescute might not be so lucky. Hesk onto the Spider. And just want to make sure that you can get the Lion away from the webs. FBZ almost died, but you're just creating time. Time and space, that's all you need. Take as much time as possible. Eventually this Axe will start being ready to fight. Bok gonna build the full GG boots for his squad. Anyway, we're back in it. Like literally, like when I'm looking at my OBS, when I'm inside Dota TV, that's when things start to go a bit jiffy, and then as soon as it kicks me out, it goes all the way back to perfect. It's very strange. Bottom lane, we see the siege happening onto the tier 2 tower. TNC trying to find some way to ensure that they not only get the advantage in terms of ability to move on the map right now, but get as much structural advantage as you can. The first tower of the game is going to be taken by Boom Esports. Very difficult, and that's part of the issue that's going to plague them the rest of the game. How do you push down towers? You don't just throw in a metamorphosis, it hits the tower a few times, and then suddenly you've got this in the bag. Nope, you have to work really hard at this. TNC, will they be able to escape here? FBZ wants to find the jump onto Armel. The Dissimulate will be there, and there's the Astral Step. Bok also able to spider web up the hill. Feels bad to be FBZ in that situation, but right now, they just don't have any way to keep these heroes in position. Dude, I hope they, right now, honestly, if I'm on the team of Boom Esports, we do see now, quick call here onto Bok, but doesn't matter. If I'm on the side of Boom Esports, I'm saying, yo, whole team, everybody, give up all your farm. We're giving this Lion Blink Dagger. That's it. Nothing matters more. We need the double blink on Lion and Axe, then we can start taking these fights. Armel building in towards Yule Scepter here. It's a very kill light game. Nobody's just gonna try bat heads against each other for no purpose. Every move has to have rationale. As we see, they're gonna try catch FBZ here. Sharpshooter right after the bushwhack with the Ether, and Easy kill. The EMP tornado. Mikoto is just gonna revealed himself. They're gonna Sunray KSQ. There's no way you escape here. What an arrow. The turnaround potential not really gonna be there with the Earth Spike. So despite Hyde doing his best, throwing in that arrow as assistance, we're still gonna find two heroes taking a tumble. Boom Esports. Now looking behind on gold. And this doesn't change until they get blinks. They're always going to be playing on this back foot. But the first blink of the game is very, very close for the Axe. Don't think that they're going to get one on Pango. Looks like he wants the Aghanim Scepter here so he can get the shield crash with the nice swashbuckle AoE. I think roll-up might be better than Aghanim Scepter. I think maybe get the shard first. Especially against heroes like Void Spirit, right? Sometimes the Void Spirit will avoid the Rolling Thunder. However, if you know the likeliest place he goes to with the Dissimulate, for example, then you just roll up, change angle, go in that direction. So somewhat peculiar that we do not see that being the primary option from FBZ. Still though, there's a lot of time for him to change his mind, as his team will smoke up. Or they should smoke up because they've just got the Blink Dagger for Axe. And here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. We're smoking. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Will he be able to find the catch? Boom. They need this first jump to be very successful for themselves. It'll be a disaster if it doesn't work out. They find Boomy. Arrow to follow that up. Easy kill onto the Phoenix. They even commit the Finger of Death for that one. Probably didn't need the finger too, but gets the job done, and it gives you an additional stack charge. The first one of the game gained. And it's gold for KSQ's Blink. Queues it up now. It's gonna come a little bit later than I would prefer, but it'll still come. The big thing now is that because TNC are aware that there's a Blink Dagger, suddenly you're gonna see them playing a lot more conservatively. Only Bok is gonna be on the other side of the map for the next few minutes. Boom. Still getting farm on the Axe, the Invoker, and the Pango. The person who's not getting farm is Armel. Been having a rough time of things, as rough as this Pango, as FBZ gets caught middle, sharpshooter puts him in the grave. And Armel, we spoke about this in the draft, right? How OP this Aghanim Scepter will be in this game. How it's a necessity for this Void Spirit to be successful. And indeed, he is queuing it up immediately after the Yule Scepter. The fight presence of having that Resonant Pulse really cannot be overstated. See now, Tier 2 tower getting sieged by the rest of TNC. Gabby in front of the tower right now with the TB. Should be able to bring this one down without too much difficulty. 1,000 gold away from having BKB at this point for the Terrorblade. Once he has that, there's a huge source of damage from Boom that's no longer available. Now we have to get the early Aghanim Scepter. Invoker is indeed building towards it. I'm glad. I know normally I would be mad that he skipped BKB, but given the circumstances and that Terrorblade is going for this early BKB, then I definitely think you're warranted to pick up the Aghanim Scepter first. We've seen the top lane, Mikoto. He will get dragged back, and there's gonna be a very big bushwhack. They might be able to find this kill. Mikoto, he's still low, but he's still alive. They've actually killed Phoenix on the backside of the fight. Now turning around back onto the Void Spirit. Armel manages to avoid getting called, but the battle hunger's on him. They Sunstrike doesn't even need it because they get the angle for the Culling Blade. Tims escapes into the trees, but Boom Esports, man, Hyde once again. The last time he tried to save somebody using the arrow, it didn't go well, but this time around, it goes magnificently. I honestly thought this Invoker was dead for sure. But impeccable teamwork from Boom Esports allows Mikoto to live, turns the fight. That's a good question. How did Mikoto survive that? How? How on earth? By being good with his team, I guess. Now that there's a Siege Wagon also coming into this top lane, they would ideally like to be able to bring it close to the tier 2 without any of these TNC heroes being able to destroy it quickly. But easier said than done. And I'll just let this area of the map just pass relatively uncontested. Smoke up now from TNC. They recognize that the state of the game right now isn't necessarily the state of the game that is comfortable for them. Hyde is gonna potentially break the smoke. The scan, if they'd scanned a few seconds before when they actually did, it would have been great. Oh, they jumped onto illusions. Feels so bad. Because this tier 1 tower is still available in the top lane, TNC doesn't really have the option of trying to snake into the Roshan pit. It'll be way too easy for Boom Esports to respond. Now, Boom, speaking of which, they find Dreamotel, a call in the top lane. Bok gets Sunstruck from the heavens. And that is a good grab to get. FBZ trying to get closer to the Roshan pit. He's looking for Boomy. He swashbuckles just to make sure nobody's farming the Roshan itself. Oh my goodness. Invoker does have Cataclysm now. If multiple heroes get caught with the Axe Call or with the Impale / Earth Spike from the Lion and or Pango roll, life just feels very difficult. Fortunately for TNC, it's unlikely that multiple heroes will be caught inside the call. 2 is like the max I can imagine happening in this game. Certainly not beyond that, just given the mechanics of the heroes on the side of TNC. Which will mean that there's limited utility for the Cataclysm. But nonetheless, can still win fights. Dreamocell keeping pace as well with the farm of the Terrorblade. Wants BKB next as well, of course. TNC have made sure that Bok on this Broodmother has all the sustain items. They might go for one more after the pipe, or they might just decide to change track and start going for more aggressive items like Hex or Orchid. Dude, this Boom mid game is terrifying. Like the next 5-10 minutes, dude, is when it's still really scary to play against Boom. I feel like TNC honestly missed their window. They had a much bigger window early on in the game, but they played very conservatively. Oh no, Gabby, he's the hero that's caught with the call, but there's gonna be the Cataclysm. It doesn't kill him just yet though, so he's might be able to get off the Thunder. Still alive for now. Gabby eventually gets brought down. Hyde looking to bring out the Supernova, will be able to do so. Cost his own life though, and Bok now getting a double kill by bringing down these 2 supports. Armel looking for Makoto. Makoto doesn't get bushwhacked, but they still have clear vision of him. Should be a quick kill. Dreamocell, call onto Armel. Culling blades him as well. 3 for 3. Bok is alive, Tims is alive on the one side. Boom managed to keep Dreamocell up though, and FBC, so this advantage should be clear for the side of Boom Esports, especially because the win condition hero of the Terrorblade, he went down. I feel like there was an opportunity maybe for him to get off a Sunder, because he got off the BKB, but just didn't find a good angle for Sunder. Oh, this is huge. They also get the Blink Dagger for Lion throughout all of this. TNC Predator. Not going to be happy with that fight. Especially considering that it initially seemed like Dreamocell was very isolated, but they just couldn't take the follow-up fight. Ironically enough, they actually got really lucky, right? Like, no joke, no cap. They got extremely lucky on the side of TNC. What happened was that FBZ... Oh wait, does anybody have 4-staff before I say that? Yeah, okay, there we go. So the 4-staff, right? 2 things happened. FBZ goes with the Rolling Thunder, right? He wants to just make sure that there's damage onto TB and continual disable. Right as he's starting to roll up, the first hit from the Rolling Thunder pushes TB back a little bit, but he's still in range of the Sunstrike and the Cataclysm. It's still all good. But then this Hoodwink forces him away, and he doesn't get struck by the Cataclysm, so it takes him a lot longer to die And the entire time they spent trying to kill him, Bok is cleaning up the supports. However, in a different situation where the Cataclysm connects flush, then it really feels like Boom Esports just demolished the rest of that fight. Boom, boom, boom. And they're looking for a Roche right now. Looks like Axe is inside the pit. Gonna tank this up for a while. Swashbuckle AoE picked up by the Pangolier as we get an Aghanim Scepter. If they get a free shard, then they get it onto FBZ, it would really be a huge problem. This is Roche number 1, so we're not gonna see such happening. TNC are aware that something is going on in this area. Boomy, Icarus dives past it. And the Roche is so low. TNC, are they gonna want to try and steal this one away? Can they get here in time? FBZ, great swashbuckle through these spiders. But Bok will just try to replenish their army. Arrow doesn't connect onto anybody. With Roche this slow, Gabby really wants this tornado thrown out. Will they be able to go in for this fight? There's FBZ with the Rolling Thunder. Jumping in deep into the fray. 3 heroes stunned up thus far. Turns himself around. The swashbuckle going in every direction. They really don't want to stick around, but now there's no Rolling Thunder. Still have to worry about a big axe call though. So you need to be very careful about your positioning. Oh no, arrow! The arrow caught Boomy. Roshan takes him out though. Not going to be a kill, but nonetheless, there's no Phoenix. Dreamocell jumps in. They get the core. Cataclysm out onto Gabby. They not only kill the Roche, they kill the Terrorblade. Now they also might be able to take out Armel. Trying to escape on the left side of the fight. Gets cute, says no. Finger of death. Puts him in the grave. Bok has to run. Bok is trying to hide. But Boom Esports, they get exactly what they came for. Aegis in tow for the axe. A kill onto the Roshan and bringing down Gabby in the process. I think another huge issue that we're seeing from TNC, we spoke about it, their lack of teamfight, but my god, if you lose Phoenix first, you don't have teamfight. You literally can do nothing to these teamfight spells. They can't deal with the Rolling Thunder, can't deal with the Blink Call, can't deal with Earth Spikes. Dreamocell now also finding a catch onto Boomy. Last time around, Boomy got brought down by Roshan. This time, pays the proper price. Makoto will try TP out from the top lane. Nice disarm onto Bok so that there's no damage that can emerge from the Broodmother. Boom Esports. 5k gold lead for them right now. Experience heading north of 10k. Oh, nice call from Dreamocell. Man, this man's game sense. He's out here. Doesn't get the battle hunger out onto Tim's though, so will not be able to find the final kill. Arrow just goes wide. Keskut would have found the angle, but just a little bit too late with his timing. Are they going to get the young Aghanim Scepter eventually for the axe? I feel like they should. Because of all this mobility, sometimes you might struggle to get a proper bead. Basically what just happened now is going to happen again in the future. However, if you have Aghanim Scepter, it becomes much more difficult for these heroes of TNC to escape with their lives. Still though, they feel very strong on the map for Boom. Dreamo going for this AC next. This is the standard build-up that we've seen from these axes. I wonder how much money is made in this game from these spiders. We need Nox on the job, man. Knoxville needs to pull through. Tell us what's up. Alright, there we go. Aghanim Scepter now finally is going to be picked up for this Void Spirit. At this point, the silence potential isn't as crazy because there's already a BKB on Axe, already a BKB on Invoker, and you already have the full Aeon disc coming now, or at least coming soon, for this Pangolier. So you're not really that concerned about the silence anymore. feels a little bit too late from Armel. Let's see what impact they can have with it in the upcoming fight. As he will smoke up with the crew. They would love to find somebody just all by their ace, farming the triangle, but not gonna come across anyone. Keskute will break the smoke happily. Okay, sure, buddy. They do activate the Moonlight Shadow off of this. Armel jumps onto the high ground. Oh, Armel. Woo! Armel. Nice 4-star from the Hoodwink. Yet again, Tibbs keeping Armel alive. There's not going to be a kill just yet. Dreamosel taking a lot of damage from the Terrorblade. Will end up losing his first life. Hyde as well dies. Trying to take out the Supernova Egg. Will not be able to do anything, but there's a call coming in onto the TB. TB still fighting. Dreamosel trying to just get out of the fray. BKB TP out. FBZ, will he be as lucky? Heading north, Mikoto in the meantime activates his own BKB, trying to run down Armel. BKB will expire though. Sunstrike doesn't connect. Ice Wall will be dropped. Mikoto desperately needs to be able to escape from this fight. Aether Remnant will not be there, and there won't be no catch. Mikoto will live. Fantastic fight from TNC though. Find the support kills. They end up being able to take out this Aegis. They also do a really good job yet again of making sure that the 4-star from Tim's is there so that there's no Sunstrike connection on the Terrorblade. First Aeon disc complete for Boom. Picked up now for the Pangolier. The thing about now for the side of TNC is it's not impossible for them to still win this game. The main thing is going to come down to targeting in the fights. They have to be very circumspect about who they pick off and when. Armel, if he can just get onto his backlines, reliably be killing and silencing Keskute and potentially Hyde, things can start to look pretty good for TNC. However, a major concern is how far ahead Mikoto is from Armel. I mean, Armel just picked up Aghanim Scepter, whereas Mikoto went back for the BKB we spoke about earlier into TP Boots, and now angling for a refresher. She throws out a Tornado here. Dreamosel, beautiful core, more than enough damage onto Bok. And the Spider is gone. With no Spider, there should be an outpost reclaimed. There's no Roche for quite some time, but now they can start pushing closer towards the tier 2 tower mid. Boom Esports. 8k gold lead now. Game is just getting better and better for them as time goes on. TNC Predator, they're the ones that need to try and adapt. Part of the issue is that when you're playing with Broodmother, there does come a point past which she doesn't offer you nearly as much as, say, a different offlaner would in the similar circumstances. Just a limited amount she can do in this game. I would prefer if Mikoto, now that I think about it, if he bought Hex instead of buying this refresher. I mean, I do understand double Cataclysm, double Tornado, double EMP, double BKB, all that good stuff. Maybe you get both. Get the refresher first, then you go back for the Hex. But he might go Shiva's God in this game, actually, playing against Terrorblade. Dreamosel getting closer towards having the overwhelming blink. We're at that point also where you start wondering, how do they kill this Axe? He's 6-0-4 right now. I suppose they do have the Eye of Skadi on the TB, and he's going into Daedalus. But it just feels like such a difficult prospect to bring the big man down. Also, he's about to crack level 25. Dude, this experience lead for Boomer is kind of insane. Even Pango is getting to 25. Erstwhile on the side of TNC. Bok will just be happy to crack level 20. It's closing in on it right now. Also wants to build into this Aghanim shard. My one concern now for Boom Esports is, despite this massive lead, like I was speaking about in the previous game, the previous series, when it comes to the ultra late game, you never count out TB. Never count out TB. So for Boom Esports, also getting to a point where their lineup somewhat plateaus and doesn't get that much stronger no matter how much time is given. Armel, this time though he does get called. Do they have the damage to kill him? No, they don't. Aeon Disc gets triggered out. Looks like we got another Aeon Disc somewhere. Who bought that one? Aeon Disc keeps Armel alive. Okay. I feel like I just saw another one. No, not FPZ has his a while ago. Lion is building Aeon Disc as well now. FPZ also has access to Gleipnir. And without this Aeon Disc being available for TNC, I don't think you actually go in to defend this. How many more seconds until Aeon Disc is up? 55. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Boom Esports is showing this much respect. The only scary thing around this pit right now kind of feels like is the Supernova. Everything else is just like, okay, sure. They're still gonna go for a fight. Oh no, there's the call. Onto 2, Cataclysm. Oh god, that's what we wanted. That's what Boom needed. Armel gone in a flash. Woo, Cataclysm, man. Well, now it is very easy to go into the Roshan pit. Oh god. Oh god. Hyde is the one that's gonna get the Aghanim shot. I believe the cheese should go to the Invoker whenever they can find it, have an opportunity to give it towards him. Did y'all see that damage? Also, that was not good positioning from the side of TNC. They know what they're playing into. They should never be that close together, especially in this area of the map where there's very high odds that the opponent has some kind of vision of you there. They get punished pretty hard. Cell. Oh, bottom lane, FBZ. Do they find this kill? Nah, he has shard, so he's fine. I love how they're just gonna try force a push here onto the tier 3 tower. Bushwhack holds Cell in position. FBZ still has a rolling thunder to trigger out. He was revving it for a moment. Decides not to use it. Also, I love how FBZ is the one that has the Aegis. Lol. Yeah, Void Spirit hasn't really been able to accomplish much this game. Did get the Aghanim Scepter, has used Aeon Disc, all the good stuff, and early on was able to make his presence known. In fact, he's been involved in 90% of his team's kills. The only problem is, at this point, doesn't feel like those kills are going to be increasing anytime soon. FBZ has the Aegis because nobody else wanted it. That's literally the only reason. It happens sometimes. Like, what's Axe gonna drop, right? I'm not dropping any of these items as Axe. I'm not dying anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Makoto. I mean, they could have given it to Makoto and you drop this young Hannah Midas. Armel. Oh, Cell catches Gabby. Gabby does dodge the arrow, so not going to be caught in by that one. Nobody's dead just yet. Sunray coming in with the Supernova on the background, but now there's no Supernova. Armel jumps back in onto Hyde. This is a very dangerous place to go forward, Armel. Hyde able to get away from the fight. Still will die from the right click coming in from Gabby. It's 1-0 so far. Cell looking for an angle. Have some decent vision with this Observer Ward on the high ground. They can't find the easy way into the fight. Everybody throw out their spells, but it comes to no avail for anybody but Raven, who brings down Hyde. You still need to be careful though on the side of TNC. Now they don't have Supernova, so there's no easy way to force them away from you in a fight. Sharpshooter still cooling down. It does come up now, however, not in time to help you defend against the tier 2 tower. I love how TB is buying himself a tome of knowledge to get closer towards 25. Hack went ahead and got the Berserker's Call AoE, of course. I've seen the battle hunger before, and it's so upsetting to see, actually. Like, I get physically annoyed by seeing it. Gabby pops BKB, has to TP out back home. It's fine. Got enough gold to buy Satanic. However, now we'll lack buyback. TNC will need to start being very careful about how they move up and down on this map. If anybody gets caught out, could die without buyback. Armal does have access to it, so does the Broodmother of Bok. And now, oh, you know who doesn't have it? Tims. No buyback available. Pango gets them some vision. And while he's pushing the mid lane, the rest of the team goes and gets a kill onto Tims. Not here they are on the high ground. Looking potentially to try and get this down. TP in from Makoto. Dreamocell is the one that's going to be front and center, tanking up most of this damage. Glepnia thrown onto Armel. FBZ does get dragged back with the Aether Remnant. Not enough damage to get a kill just yet. Tier 3 tower eventually will fall. FBZ, nice swashbuckle onto Boomy. The bash there ends up cancelling the Sunray. FBZ will still have the Aegis for another 15 seconds. Will this Pango jump deeper into the fray just to pop this damn thing? For now, though, they don't have an abiding interest in trying to force a fight. They're trying to take the racks, but they will be prevented from doing so. Forced away from the base by TNC Predator. It'll be good enough for now, though. Raindrax down to half HP. The next time they come around, they should be able to clear that up. Also, this Pango is outrageously rich. Top 3 net worth in the entire game. 24k net worth. And they're gonna have double Abyssal Blade. They already have one on the Axe. They're looking to pick one up on the Pangolier as well. Axe did forego buyback for this. However, TNC Predator have fairly difficult time leaving their side of the map to come press forward. But it's now all about this Rosh. The Aegis of the Immortal. What will occur when Roshan respawns? TNC Predator cannot allow Boom to take the next Rosh. At the same time, they have so few tools to fight in the area. It's so hard. Bok. What will he be able to do? Is he going to buy Sheepstick? Yeah, going for the Sheepstick. Somebody has to. And it doesn't seem like RML is going to ever get the gold for such items. And, oh, 2 heroes called again. Oh, God. Okay, they only use the Sunstrike, though, to secure 1 kill. Finger of Death comes out. Will they be able to bring down Bok? Yes, they will. Triple kill for this Invoker. They're all streaming back into the fight right now, porting in on the outpost. FBZ, Swashbuckle, stuns both Gabby as well as RML with the bash. Still draws too much attention towards himself, so that's going to be FBZ taking a tumble. They want to try find more. RML running forward. Has Aether Remnants in a few moments. But the heroes from Boom Esports a little bit too far away. This pursuit will therefore be cancelled, but TNC get a very good jump onto this Pango eventually. However, it was preceded by an even better jump from Dreamocell, where Bok died, brought back. So this Broodmother, not only is the Sheepstick going to be drastically delayed in this game, it also means that if Brood dies again, woo, massive penalty to pay. Boom Esports, they know that the next Rosh is going to be potentially respawning very, very shortly. The one thing as well is that though they have somewhat plateaued with items they can buy, right? There's no new item Dreamocell is going to buy. Maybe he buys Moonshot, but beyond that, he's going to get the Aghanim Scepter, but okay. It's not going to make him that much stronger. For the Invoker, we do see the Shiva's Guard. Oh, cool. Dreamocell finds the grab onto Tim. Sunstrike will be there. Easy catch. Easy catch. No buyback on the Hoodwink. Just going to give them access to the outpost once more. How long is the Roshan respawn? Woo! It's a long one, baby. 2.5 minutes before the big man returns. Swift Blink now appropriated for the Terror Blade. 45 minutes into the game. Has he cracked 25 just yet? Indeed he has, and he went for the additional attack range on the meta. Armel still trailing a bit, but also closing in on the 25. I believe you almost 100% of the time go for the Dissimulate stun. Moonlight Shadow. Used in conjunction with the smoke now from Boom. They feel that in this game, they don't want to just be sitting back farming, that the best way for them to do well is to do well at the cost of these TNC Predator lives. They almost found a jump onto Armel. I think he lives no matter what because he still has Aeon Disc there. Ganks like that are very difficult to pull off with highly mobile heroes that also have the additional layer of protection. $25K gold lead now for the side of Boom Esports. 25K, y'all. 25K. Are you kidding me? Pretty insane lead at present. And it does feel like Boom Esports, them losing is... I wish I had Dota Plus so I could actually just check. Fight now might break as they jump in. Armel looking for Mikoto. They got the Hex on the Invoker. Invoker's gone. Oh no. Alright, there's a buyback and Kescute is claiming that there's a degree of lag that's happening. Okay, Boomy says their lag is on both, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, this is quite interesting. So them losing Invoker so early, he probably has to buy back here. We see the fight. FBZ has Rolling Bolt on the side. Oh, there's the Cataclysm. Can't get onto anybody though. They all move away. Supernova triggered out as well. Alright, so Supernova's gone. They do have Refresher on the Invoker, so we can go for another round of spells. TNC are also aware of this, so if they commit the Supernova, they have to back. They just gotta back off. Alright. The TNC though, you're still okay with that state of affairs because you got a very important kill. Now you know that Mikoto is somewhat vulnerable. Dreamocell bringing down the Roche. Okay, they get a burst with the Cataclysm. Did they refresh just for that? Just for the Phoenix without Supernova? That's really bad. I am very surprised that they did that. Didn't they have Sunstrike? Dreamocell gets a call. No, they found Armel, who also gets bashed up. Earthstrike will be there, manages to escape onto the high ground. Buyback will be there from the Phoenix, trying to come back into the fray. Gabby blinks forward, goes into the meta. There's a lot of damage, but the arrow from high, they caught Armel. Leipnir will be there as well. Armel uses it to the air to stay alive. Tornado catches him as well as Gabby. Neither of them can proceed forward. And Boom ID have retreated. Position on the high ground. Arrow will catch onto Roche. Where's the jump from Dreamocell? Dreamocell will not be able to get in on time, and the Roche will go the way of Armel. TNC finally get something good and positive for themselves. Roshan with the cheese, as well as I think they got a free egg out of this, right? Yeah. Did they get eggs? Or did they get refresher? Or was this only Roche number 2? It's possible because Phoenix has no net worth. So I'd be very surprised if they could afford their own shard as well. TNC, the window is closed. Like, what did we say? We started talking about this around like what, 30 minutes? It's like the next 10 minutes seem crazy for Boom. And they did indeed, but we're getting to that point now where you know who's the big bad boy on the map? It's the Terrorblade. TB is not even the one that needed the Aegis because frankly speaking, you're not going to kill the Terrorblade again. Gleipnir thrown out onto Armel down bottom, but I think FBZ knows that this is not going to be a kill that happens, just bothering him. TP's out as well. Armel will show up in the lane, so potentially this is a trap that's being laid out by the Axe. A trap which will not be fell for by Armel. TP's back to join his team. 50 minutes into this one. 18k gold lead for Boom Esports, but it's starting to trend downwards in the gold graph. Experience is still trending up. They have a 30k experience lead on their side. However, the Sax and Panga will hit 30 soon. There's a lot more progression for the side of TNC. One of the reasons why late game Dota is always so strange is because the team that's ahead, they get to all their big items. They pretty much finalize their late game builds so much earlier than the team that's behind, that if the game keeps extending, a lot of the advantage will naturally just get encroached upon because it's literally impossible for that advantage to stay static. You plateau, your enemy catches up, eventually everyone's even, and then it all really depends on the hero matchups again. Then it doesn't matter what the mid game looked like, doesn't matter what the early game looked like. Now we're just in a game where Terrorblade is the scariest hero on the map, where despite them having a 19k gold deficit, TNC should be able to reliably defend against any push coming in from Boom Esports. Dreamo are not able to find a kill onto Armel or a call just yet. And Gabby, here he comes. They're gonna get the Wave of Terror out, trying to find and force for more. Already committed the Swift Blink, so they won't be able to catch up to Hyde. TNC Predator playing in such a way as to frustrate Boom Esports right now, but being frustrated themselves, not able to find the fights they were looking for. There's still so many tier 2 towers to claim on the other side of the map. Not an easy place to be right now. TNC, they will smoke again. Moving as a big gang. Will they be able to find anybody here? Doesn't seem like it. Maybe they might just be focused on the tier 2 tower in the top lane. Tier 2 down, only one outer tower remaining. What will happen once they claim it? Nothing that they can do to defend this on the side of Boom. Lol. I feel like this game's over. Honestly, like, I'm just thinking, how do you kill? I'm done actually puzzle in my mind. How do you kill Terrorblade? He's got 4k HP, has Satanic, has a Refresher, has Daedalus, has Skadi. There's no Blade Mail on the Axe, right? So you jump this Terrorblade, and then what? They're always gonna wait with the Force off just to use it on him so he can avoid the damage from Cataclysm. It just feels, this feels quite difficult to imagine them finding a way back into this game from the side of Boom Esports. Despite the 22k gold lead, they're really behind right now. The thing is, we saw this the other day as well from TNC, ironically enough. No, it wasn't TNC. TNC lost with Axe against SMG, but it was a bit of a faster game. What was that long game? I believe it was Fnatic against Omega, game 2. Where they picked Raven this Axe, and we got to a similar point in the game where the opposing team had this one heavy right clicker who was struggling in the mid game. In that particular situation, it was the Tino Lifestealer, really struggling to deal with the Axe because of how far ahead Axe was. But Axe plateaus, reaches its maximum level, can't really advance that much further. And the hard carry hero, once they catch up, they stay caught up, especially because it's not possible to open up a lead against them anymore. Tier 5 neutrals, that might be the only way back into this one, Jareen. They'll need some help from TNC as well to make a few mistakes. They'll also need Ice Frog to just show up into the game right now and delete Aeon Disc, because that item is stupid. They've got 2 of them. They're getting a 3rd. Whenever it's viable for a team to be building 3 or 4 of one item and you win a game, probably need to get rid of that item. And not just viable, but a good idea almost every game. How many Aeon Discs actually do we have in this game? So 1 on Invoker, 2 on FBZ, 3 on KSQ, 4 on Hyde. Oh no, Hyde doesn't have one. 4 on the Phoenix for Boomy, 5 on Tims, 6 on Bok. Oh my god, and 7 on Armel. 7 out of 10 heroes in this game have the freaking Aeon Disc. That should not be happening, dude. Oh man, that's just wild, honestly. It's a wild shit. Moonlight Shadow triggered out. Not really gonna help them accomplish much on the side of Boom. Actually didn't even take a look at what neutral items we had from tier 4. Ninja Gear on Axe, of course. Honestly, I feel like there's some code written in Dota that demands that if there's an axe in the game, it gets Ninja Gear. That's just like the way it is, apparently. Yeah, Blink Dagger makes sense to me. If there's 9 Blink Daggers, that's fine, right? It's a mobility item, and mobility is such a broken mechanic in Dota, so it's fine. I can understand that. But Aeon Disc, free purge. Dude, I would honestly be fine if they just remove the purge, honestly. If they can keep the shell but take away the dispel, then I'm actually fine with this item. There we go. There's a way to keep Aeon Disc in the game without keeping it busted. Just take away the strong dispel. You can even buff the timer of the non-damage shell. Like, I really don't mind. Make that 3 seconds instead of 2.5. But for the love of God, dude, don't have the strong dispel there. Invoker just scouting for vision. Looks like TNC thinking about this next Roshan. 58 minutes into the game right now, and Boom Esports. The gold lead that they had as well is also plateaued. The experience lead still continues to grow for them, but here comes a fight. Bok, they find the Hex out onto FBZ, who will get the Aeon Disc Dispel. Stays alive, able to go up onto the high ground with the Rolling Thunder. Nice Lepnia thrown back towards Armel and Boomy. However, TNC haven't committed many resources just yet. Dreamos now finds a core. They find Armel. Aeon Disc keeps him alive. Jump in for the fight. It's going to be the Terrorblade. And with the right clicks with Boomy, they manage to bring down FBZ. Does have buyback, but did commit the Rolling Thunder in that fight. Don't think he has the Refresher Orb, even if he does buy back. Roshan now suddenly open. They're forced to buy back on the Pango just to make 100% sure that Roshan is not taken too easily. TNC Predator maintaining their positioning here on the Radiant high ground, keeping the pressure in the Radiant triangle. They know where they're at on the side of TNC. TNC get called up. Armel, is he gonna die here? Yes, he will. No way to keep him alive in that situation. And now Bok as well as Tims might be in a bad position. Tims might die here. He's gonna be brought down by KSQ's Finger of Death. Bok, Aeon Disc will trigger, keep him away from the stun. Makoto trying to run away from Bok, but Bok might have dove too deep for this one. Buyback from Tims, buyback from Armel. Boom. Don't want to push their luck just yet. FBZ Using the Rolling Thunder just to open up some space, dropping the Gleipnir down onto Gabby. And they find hide, but Dreamcell follow-up jump. They get the grab onto Bog, but there's no Cataclysm, there's no Stun Strike, so there's just no damage to deal with the Spider. Tornado thrown out by the Invoker to ensure they can't keep the chase going onto Dreamcell. But that's going to be the sum total of his contribution to this fight. TNC Predator. Get away with a few kills. Have to buy back on both Tims as well as Armel. However, Armel will now get an Aegis, so it's not so bad. Boom. They don't have much time to do something about this. They have to rush. They have to hurry. Dreamcell find the call onto the Bok Spider. And that is a quick grab, a quick kill. No Brood Mama. She buys back with immediate effect. But now we've had enough time that only about 15 seconds until Rolling Thunder is back. Don't think TNC will feel confident enough to stay in. Actually, they stay inside it. Okay, okay. Tornado doesn't connect onto anybody except for the Phoenix. Dreamcell. Will they be able to find this jump? Gabby, he goes up, looks for KSQ, blinks in, got Hex for his efforts though. FBZ there with the Rolling Thunder. Gabby, was this a mistake, my friend? There's the arrows. Cataclysm coming there after. He's still alive right now, and the Abyssal Blade stun will come out, but Boomy gets off the Supernova. There's gonna be a Tornado buying space. Makoto doing what he can. Can he keep his team in this? So far, he's trying. Is he gonna be able to? Axe almost dead. Axe finally takes the tumble. Swashbuckle though pulls through onto both Gabby as well as Boom. Gabby going lower and lower. Finger of Death will be there, bringing him down. Armel interrupting the fight from the high ground here. Aeon just triggers out onto him, but he's isolated around 2-5 heroes from the side of Boom Esports. They kill the Axe, but Axe brought back, returning to the fray. They still haven't been able to bring down Makoto. Cheating Death seems to be his ultimate here in this game, and they get the grab out onto Bok. Tornado yet again. Makoto buying space. Dreamcell tries to TP out, realizes won't be able to do so. Will attempt to run away, dodges the Aether Remnant, pops the Ninja Gear smoke. Will be able to escape because of it. And the fight finally ends, and TNC have the freedom to go back into the pit, pick up the Aegis, get themselves the Aegis, cheese, shard, refresher, all the goodies you could possibly want. So they give a shard to the TB. Also, he's the one that eats. I think he already had his own Aghanim Scepter because he's been throwing out this Terror Wave. So who do they give this to? Phoenix already had her stuff. I guess Armel can be the one to keep it and then just sell something else. I don't know. We'll see. Oh no, Terrorblade did. Okay. Terrorblade sold his Aghanim Scepter, got the blessing. There's all the gold in the world right now. Gabby's still maxed out, dude. Moon Shard, Aghanim Scepter, Daedalus, Satanic, BKB, Swift Blink, Refresher Shard, Refresher Orb, everything you could possibly want. MTG picked Arc Warden. Is this in a deciding game, Jireen? If it's a deciding game, Arc Warden always loses. In a game that doesn't matter, sometimes Arc Warden wins, but if it's a deciding game, that's probably GG then. FBC picks up Nullifier. There's only one buyback available in the entire game right now for this Lion. Invoker's not too far away from having his own one come back. But that's it. Everybody else, it's not that they can't afford it, their buybacks are on cooldown. That Roshan fight was just insane. TNC. The question will be, can they come back? And on the side of Boom Esports, can they somehow make TNC regretful of pushing this game late? Boom really wanted this game to have been over quite a while ago, but here they still play. MTG lost game 1, then they picked Arc Warden, and that's game over. GG, 2-0. Honestly, I feel like picking Arc Warden after you lose a game betrays a massive lack of confidence. So you're just like, let's pick the cheesiest hero we can, try force the game late game, and this hero just auto wins for us. Top lane, Hyde gets jumped on. Gabby's gonna be there with the Blink Dagger. Easy kill onto this Marana. No buyback available, of course. 90 seconds. Can you defend? Look how big Gabby is with this Giant's Ring. My god, what the hell, dude? Alright. Buildings are gonna fall very quickly here. Tier 3 towers being sieged upon. They do manage to force them back. Dreamos now finds a very decent core here. FBZ rolling around as well. The Abyssal Blade stun. There's gonna be a supernova to try and save all these heroes. They do not have the attack speed, do they? What? They got it! They got it! They got it! They took out the supernova. Now they're turning the fight. Cataclysm bounces back. They've lost Bark. Finger of Death from Ketscute will help Tim's on his easy passage into the fountain. Nobody has buyback. Armel caught with the Abyssal Blade down bottom. Mikoto trying to chase here. Will Armel get away? Still has another step of the Astral, so he can run. Oh god. Dreamocell just bought a freaking Divine Rapier. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dreamocell found the actual call of his lifetime there. Grabbing the TP outside the base. Hard committing onto the supernova. The Phoenix thought he could save. Not going to be able to do it. Oh my god, Dreamocell. Dreamocell, Dreamocell, Dreamocell. The whole crew needs to tip him. Dude, Mikoto just bought Divine Rapier. So did FBZ. They're balling out here. They fucking done it. Boom Esports. Are you kidding me? What? What a victory. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Boom Esports. We all thought that if they won the game, it was going to be a victory that happened early. I thought they were going to win in general, but not like this. What? Oh my god. Alright, everybody with subscriptions, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Are we gonna put respect on our boy Mikoto? Are we gonna, you know what, actually I can't decide between Mikoto and Dreamocell, but both of them, yo, come on. Oh my god. That Saint D was Dota 2. That's what that was. That was Dota 2. Woo! This is probably the most amount of rapiers that one team has that they bought themselves that I've seen in a game. That's not like memey or cheesy, but yo, Mikoto, dude, Mikoto, wow. Yesterday on stream, who was it that we were talking trash about? Who was playing like garbage? Who was it yesterday? Wasn't it from Omega? Who's Mac? Yes, we're talking trash about Mac yesterday. Someone was saying Mac should watch some 5K replays or something. Mac should retire and just clone Mikoto. Bring Mikoto on your team. Clone him. It's fine. Make it work. My god. Woo! What a game. What a game. What a game. TNC, they held on for a really long time. The game went the distance, 66 minutes. Ultimately, it's not going to be enough. They were pushing on the high ground. We saw that damage with the Gabby giant rings. Oh. Wow. Wow. I am also, as much as we're shouting out Mikoto and we're shouting out Dreamocell, need to put a slight shout out to our boy FBZ, who also did a really stand-up job in this game. It's actually really difficult to pick an MVP from Boom Esports. Team played really well. Wow. Wow. Game 2. Yo, if I'm TNC Predator, I give Bog something different. Honestly, if they had any other more active hero, except for Broodmother here, something with a stun, Sand King, Centaur, Axe, I don't know. Literally anything. I actually think they win this game. I think a large measure of why things got so difficult for Boom is the only thing Bok was doing in the fights is throwing out a Hex, and then what? He's hexed somebody, there's some spiders in the engagement, but we got far past the point where Brood was actually contributing positively to the team. Hell, even the supports were doing more for the team fight than the Broodmother does, and that's just the nature of the hero past a certain point in the game. So TNC, if they're going to put all their eggs in the Terrorblade basket, you need to be able to put together a lineup that allows you to use those eggs. Otherwise, you're just throwing them on the floor, not making an omelet. So TNC, let's see what they got for game 2. We'll be loading that up right now. Make sure that you take a stretch, because after that game, you all need some fresh air. Wow, my goodness. Anyway, thank you so much for being with a homie for game 1. Game 2 coming soon. Make sure that you're following the channel. In the meantime, also make sure that you are subscribed. Saint D in chat is subscribed. Jareen subscribed. Don't you want to be out here spamming out these emotes? Be part of the crew. Be part of the ensnared. And just support your favorite local streamer. We'll be back. Game 1 done. Game 2. Woo! One of the best games we've seen here on stream for the week. We'll see if game 2 can live up to this hype. So don't go anywhere. We will return with some more Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NBA comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting with your boy Snare. It's me. What's up? What's going on? We're now going into game 2. I needed to cool down. I hope you all cool down. I went on the balcony. I took a bit of a walk, just breathed, because we just saw some heat. Now we're going to see if that heat will continue here in game number 2. TNC Predator taking on Boom Esports. One of these two sides will proceed to play tomorrow against the side of OB.Neon in the winner bracket final. The other drops down to the lower bracket where things are not very comfortable. Things start to get a little bit scary, where one loss means that your tournament run is entirely over. So you need to pull yourself up. Only one game down, can still come back and win out the series. You want to keep that additional mulligan going until the grand finals. So let's see what they got for game number 2. Quick update as well. Jareen is just letting us know that they are winning the game. Oh, are they behind? Oh, crap. I thought you meant that they were winning the game with Awkward, but I just read the message now properly. Well, MTG is about to go home. Feels bad. Anyway, let's turn our hopes elsewhere. TNC Predator, they need this dub. My god, are they over-investing in this dub potentially? Oracle, Death Prophet, Lion, Terrorblade. This is some old school stuff right here. Haven't seen this duo of Oracle DP or Oracle TB in quite some time. We'll have quite a lot to do in this game. I used to love Oracle DP and Oracle Leshrac as my OP combo, but nowadays I kind of feel like your saving hero needs to be able to do other things as well, not just be a hard save in its entirety. Compare and contrast, say, a hero like a Baron, who, though he's a saving hero, can still run into the fight and distract the opponent. On the other side, for Boom Esports, they went for the first pick Phoenix, which was responded to by the Oracle DP, and they got themselves the Medusa. You know, remember in the previous game I was talking about those heroes who I never count out if the game starts to go later and later? Medusa in that milieu. TNC Predator, they actually lost with one of these heroes in the previous game. Gabby did end up losing in some respects, you know. Questions must be asked about how they played that out at the end. Have a lot more protection for him here though. For Boom Esports, they don't have as much for this Dusa. She does have the backup of the Sunray, although now they do have a whole lot of protection. Pretty much the rest of the draft, I'm imagining, from Boom, the idea was get heroes that get in front of Medusa. It doesn't matter what they do once they're in front of her, just they need to be a huge bulwark that makes it impossible for TNC to very quickly approach us and fight us. You have Clockwork, you have Tidehunter, and you'll have this Medusa have the Phoenix Supernova behind her. So then that changes the calculus, right? You're like, okay, we can get through these beefy boys, but even if we do, can we deal with Supernova? As it stands right now for TNC, not really. Despite this being first pick on the Phoenix, they don't really have that much attack speed on the rest of the lineup to help them deal with the egg. Unless Terrorblade is the one that's doing the damage. Ooh, excuse me. Feels a bit interesting. Oh. Alright, thank you Jareen for that update. So GXR is beating MTG. What happened to MTG? They were looking so good. I suppose the last time we saw them playing was like what, a month ago? In between that time there's been a major, there's been another tournament. People have spent a lot of time experimenting, getting better. Could have just been the case that MTG got lost in the meta shuffle. Couldn't keep up with the new ideas being introduced into the C region. Now though, Boom, what do they want for the mid lane? And TNC needs something for the off lane. They could run this Death Prophet off lane, but I would be shocked, beyond shocked, if they put Oracle in the game with Death Prophet from the off lane. That would surprise me deeply. Almost certain that this DP goes mid. Centaur was banned away by Boom Esports. Also took out the Doombringer as well. What can we get here from TNC? Pangolier maybe for them? Not really. Underlord potentially. You want a hero with a stun. They don't actually have any initiation right now on the side of TNC. So it has to be a hero that does everything for them. Maybe they get Axe in the offlane. Boom. We'll now see what they decide to put in this mid. It will be the Lina. This is really good because this keeps getting banned against Armel. And yes, I'm saying I'd be very surprised if DP ended up in the offlane. But me being surprised isn't the same as it being a terrible idea for TNC. Especially when they are that good with Lina from the mid lane. One of Armel's preferred heroes. I could definitely see them saying, you know what, Bok, you're just going to play this DP, my friend. We're keeping this Lina alive. Now that I mentioned that, though, I'm starting to think that this DP could play with Leshrac in the game. With either one of them taking over the all mid or off lane. The only issue to make the team so squishy. So they get Kunkka rather. Alright, that's a bit better. I was thinking about like the heroes that were left. This makes sense to me. Given the heroes that were left in the pool, given what the team needed, they still needed something to fight with. They still needed something that would give them some disable. Still needed something that had lane presence. And ideally you wanted a hero that's not squishy either at the end of this draft, because everybody else in the team is relatively squishy. So Kunkka, definitely going to be the hero that fits the bill. Lanes well against the Lina as well. Coco Rum is amazing on Terrorblade. You now have that additional layer of protection. It's not the same as having a direct heal, say from the Oracle or Baron, these kind of heroes. But the damage delay granted to you by the Coco Rum does enable you to fight beyond what you'd be able to do otherwise. And especially considering you have Terrorblade, DP, Spirit Siphon for the one, Sunder for the other. Those extra seconds of not dying can really make the difference in turning the fight. So I really like this Kunkka pick. I believe it was banned game 1 by Boom, but I'm not sure where it was banned. I think it was banned like 5th? Maybe 4th or 5th, somewhere around there. Either way, I like this. From Boom. Oof. As much as I like this from TNC, this is such a stable Boom draft, dude. Look at this team. Just stable, nice and balanced, great mixtures of damage, good team fight. TNC, y'all have your work cut out for you. Let's just put it that way. But they do have Oracle to back up the Gabby Terrorblade. Is this the game? Is this the comeback? I don't think so, but let's find out. Let's go. What's up, the baby? Now we get into the game. Boom Esports find themselves in a situation where one win is all you need to get yourself closer and closer to that winner bracket final. Given what we saw from that series of Fnatic and Neon, I think that if Boom were to win this game, it's not like they'd go into that series heavily unfavored. In my estimation, I'd say that they're looking pretty good. This drafting in particular, I'm really liking what I see from Boom Esports. Boom. What will they be able to accomplish with this draft? The Medusa versus TB matchup is an interesting one, where there is a stage in the game where TB is stronger than Dusa, and you dish out technically higher damage. It's one of those things of peak damage versus consistent damage. Medusa's damage is incredibly consistent throughout the course of the fight. TB might hit higher highs, but it's not all the game is about. We will see good movements from Gabby to ensure that he's able to steal away a bounty rune. Nice. Gabby, put out those tips, man. Gotta do it. Make sure that they get a 2-2 trade there. It's not gonna be 3-1. So make your predictions. Make your bets. Still got 6 minutes of those to go. I'm being lenient today. And this is going to be a very interesting mid lane. We've come to expect Lina to just dominate every single lane. However, this is Kunkka, so that's just not going to happen. Despite Lina winning, Kunkka, for the most part, should still be able to get what he needs out of this lane. Hey, Stink Buggy! Stink Buggy! Stink Buggy! Shout out to Stink Buggy for the subscription. Be like Stink Buggy. Don't be like Bach, who's about to die to those Clockwork Goblin. First blood is gonna happen, and it's gonna be TNC, get it? Oh god, hashtag with. Hashtag with. Bach ends up dying, but the first blood still goes the way of TNC. And you actually end up not really losing gold. You break even, as does Death Prophet, because of it. That was so close. That was so close. Medusa really thought she was going to be able to find that kill. Regrettably for her, comes a second pass when it needs to. You're still happier to have found the kill because you get it with bonus experience for the Dusa. Let's see how things fare though on other sides of the map to try and counteract what happened in the bottom lane. FBZ Tide being backed up by the Hyde Phoenix. This is not a fun lane for the Terrorblade. Like, my god, when we go back top, we'll talk about it a bit more. See Armel obviously dealing with this early harass from the Lina, but as stated, it's Kunkka. Kunkka will be fine. He'll get his farm, doesn't have to worry about this. He's gonna get out CS, but everybody gets out CS by the Lina. What can you do? Hey, Stink Buggy the Day Trader out here. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate it. One thing also about how this lane starts to pan out later is that Makoto obviously wants to be the one that moves around earlier. So that means that he wants to try and dominate the lane such that when he does make a move, it's incumbent on Kunkka to just spend the time that he's gone from the lane simply catching up instead of trying to build his own lead. Even if the rotation itself goes poorly, you want it to be the case that you don't get hard punished for this, with your opponent in the mid lane being able to recover and also pass you in the time that you're gone. Not a real concern just yet for him right now. Nice deny from Armel there. Gotta deal with these range creeps. Down bottom. What we saw earlier in terms of those kills happening is not gonna happen again. DP should have enough safety now. Especially that she cracked level 2, that she's gonna be A-okay. Like, you can bother her, but you can't kill her anymore. I love how they just start farming these power cogs, lol. We see in the top lane, Gabby farming with the meta right now. Not the most fun lane, as I was mentioning. Playing against the Phoenix and the Tide Hunter. Phoenix won't be spending all of its time in the lane. It does have to move around, ensure that there's D-wards, stack these camps to be formed by the Tide later. Speaking of camps, we see that one has been blocked on the TNC side of the map. They're making it difficult for this Terrorblade to get all the tools he needs to get as big as he could. Oh, Lion is picked like every game, dude. Every game. It's one of these supports where it's not Ancient Apparition, right? So it doesn't get banned every game. Then after you've already banned Ancient Apparition, then you banned Nyx, then you banned Phoenix, and you're like, okay, what's left? Oh, there's Lion, bro. Let's just pick Lion. Hyde, doing a good job. Dewarding the Ancients to make sure that they will have the availability of that farm for later. Dreamo Cell, of course, the prime candidate to take those out, but FBZ, no slouch either at dealing with these Ancients. Boomy, though, has done a really good job. His movement and these wards have been so annoying that they forced Hyde to have to address them, which means that there's no additional supports to pressure the Terrorblade. It lets him play a lot more freely in this lane, and we see that reflected in the CS numbers. Tide Hunter in this game gonna go for this early Hood of Defiance. One thing I also am not that sold on with these Oracle heroes is I don't know. Right now, it really feels like it's quite nice to have some kind of easy disable, you know? All you have is the Fortune's End, which still can be fine. Hide, putting damage and pressure onto Boomy. Boomy's gone. Hide. Is he gonna die? Oh my god, Boomy. Boomy, Boomy. Purifying flames, baby. Okay. I see you, fam. I see you. Level 2 Purifying Flames secures the kill. Honestly, I wish I could have just like, you see this, the thumbnail here on this icon. Doesn't it look like one of those memes? Someone having those red laser eyes? Well, in that situation, definitely some laser eyes. Brings down the Phoenix. This is good stuff. Didn't waste too much mana doing it either, so it gets to stick around in the lane. Doesn't have to go home. Boomy. Just TP's out. There's gonna be a boat. Armel ported to the top lane, and there's gonna come a Ravage. Not gonna be enough to kill FBZ just yet. Hyde shows up. Do they have the Sunray? Gabby's actually in danger. Gabby might die here. Hyde doesn't have Sunray or any spell, in fact, to help him out. And Armel with the double damage rune will just be able to cleave through FBZ. But at the same time that's happening, we do have a loss on the life of the Death Prophet. I wonder how that happened. Where's Lion? Like DP, I feel like DP should not be dying in this situation unless if Clockwork has level 6, then I understand why Death Prophet is dying. But pre-level 6, that is very good for the side of Boom. You do get another kill in the top lane. Armel cleans up the Phoenix. So there's Kunkka. Definitely going to be net worth leader on the game. We did have a fairly decent start to proceedings for the side of TNC in the previous game. FBZ pulled back. Oh, nice thunder play there. Makoto does show up, but there's no heal that they can just throw out in the same way that Boomy can. Hyde not nearby. Second kill in as many minutes onto the Tide Hunter. This will mean that when he respawns, can't port back to the lane, will have to do a little waddle of shame. Quite the frustration for the Melon, but what can you do? But they're playing nice and actively from the side of TNC. And I think you should keep this kind of play up. I mean, sure, you have this late game insurance with the Terrorblade, but the rest of the team is not geared to playing for late game. Even if they get there, they prefer to be playing out from the early to mid. You see now Armel will easier Dragon Slave, but got what he came for, which is the bottle. Refilled up with the Illusion Rune, and he'll use the additional mana to try force of kill out onto Hyde here. Will succeed in doing so. Both supports show up. It enables them to bring down the Phoenix. TNC Predator off to a strong start on this one. We'll see if they can keep this kind of pressure going throughout the course of the game. Hyde comes across Boomy as well as Armel. Will they X him back is the question. They do. There's no Supernova to throw out, and Cute doesn't have hookshot either. They're really struggling right now. They actually find an Earth Spike onto Cute. TNC playing at an amazing pace this game. Gabby with a double kill. And they're gonna steal away these Ancients. Alright. TNC Predator got caught in the late game in game number 1. They say, well, if that's a place where things can go awry, let's try a win earlier. See, Finger of Death coming out. Makoto still alive though, kept up by the Ravage, which flew in from FBZ. Armel definitely gonna lose his life. Makoto with the double kill. You still are the most farmed hero on the map for Armel, but that's a huge amount of gold going in the opposite direction. Dude, what? Are you kidding me? He got 500 gold from this fight. Pre-10 minutes. Okay. That's something. TNC. A little bit unlucky in that situation, but still for the most part, they've been playing very well in this early game. Applying pressure on all of the sides of the map. Haven't managed to take down a tower just yet though. We'll see where the first committal of the Exorcism Ghost will be. Right now, Buck is just sitting bottom.
They do not have the glyph of fortification for Radiant side now, so I definitely think you pop Ghost on this one. Ghosts have indeed been popped. Dreamocell, trying to make sure that they can bring down the tier 1 tower in the top lane, is playing Medusa rather than Axe, so a lot less activity is possible from this hero. An easy tower to grab. Goes down at the same time as the tower in the top lane. State of affairs, which is fine for the side of TNC. They want every use of exorcism to net them a tower somewhere on the map. Doesn't necessarily have to be a tower, just an objective. Whether it be a tower, a Roche, or a fight. Either way, it's quite important for them to be able to do so. Farming. So, right now... Oh, DK Truman, shout out for the host, comrade. Hey! Hey! Base DK Truman. What a legend, thank you. I imagine that you have some things that you need to do with the rest of your afternoon, DK Truman, so take it easy, fam. Stay hydrated, please. The thing that's really complicated here for the side of Boom Esports to deal with is that the itemization for TNC is so clear-cut. Kunkka just buys this halberd, and my god, the impact of this halberd is going to be huge. Whether it be on Makoto or even on Dreamocell. Neither of these heroes being able to cast spells. Wait, what? Gabby? 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 That was very surprising. Gets caught and killed so far away from Boomy. Even though Boomy was in the same jungle, Boomy now just dies as well. That is rather surprising. Okay. At the time, we did see Bok was pressuring bottom tower a little bit. Comes into the mid lane now, but that was a shock and a half. Without any effort, really. Boom, take out the Terrorblade. To be fair, it's still early on in the game, so Gabby's not at the point where it's a worrying thing that they can kill him this easily. Nonetheless, there are some certain concerns for the game. Also, Armel looks like he's not going to want to finish the full Heaven's Halberd. I do not agree with this. I feel like, especially against Medusa, you know for a fact that it's highly unlikely that she buys BKB such that she's going to be immune to it. Mid lane, FBZ caught out by the X. Will he die here? Gets off the Ravage just as the Supernova is coming down, and they're not going to be able to destroy it. Armel, can he get off the final right click with Boomy's assistance? They take out the egg. Now Mikoto's extended too far. Gabby going to be able to punish. Thought that he was protecting the egg. Instead was just giving himself up onto the chopping block. Boom. Lose 3. It might end up being 4. Cute. Being pushed back here. Armel and Boomy, they should have enough damage for this. The torrent with the X ensures that the TP would not succeed. Lol. Dreamocell is not very happy about this early game. Massive fight from TNC there. FBZ, it looked for a second like that might have been the sickest turnaround ever. Honestly, if the Supernova was slightly back, if instead of being this far forward, it was like here, I feel like they probably come away with that victory on that fight. But it was just on the wrong side of where it needed to be for maximum protection. Still though, TNC, on the back of that fight, won't really be able to accomplish that much on the map. It's one of the frustrating things about Dota right now. It's in a place where there's a lot of kills that sometimes end up not really being that worthwhile, because it prevents you from doing other things. For example, them having to commit the boat in that situation means that they can't go top and try to use the boat to force out their tier 1. To be fair, right now they don't need to do that. The primary aspect of their game plan is buying space and time for the Terrorblade so that he can just show up to fight and clean up, but the rest of the team is the one that's initiating and making things happen. What is concerning though is the fact that Dreamocell, still at the top of the charts right now of net worth, Hasn't died just yet. Manta style finish with the D-Lance. Terrifying game for the Medusa, even starting off with the early Aghanim Scepter to make sure that they have that snake bounce back, which has a big impact in this game. We'll see now if they can actually find this kill. Can she get off the Stone Gaze? Not just yet. She's still being kept at bay. Will they kill her? Stone Gaze does come out. Bok showing up with the Exorcism. There comes out the Ravage, and there's gonna be yet another Supernova plop down. Will it stun anybody? Not really. Kescute though will be kept alive for a little bit longer with the Sunray. Tim's beautiful 3-hero Earth Spike, followed up by both the Phoenix as well as the Lina being caught by the Torrent. X marks the spot, trying to drag Lina back into the frame. Makoto will still live. LSA opens up some space for a retreat here, but Dreamostel might just be isolated. Earth Spike coming in from Tims, but Tims is not alone. Tims has backup. Tims has Armel and Gabby nearby, and they're going to be able to kill Dreamostel. And Makoto came back to try and save the life of Gabby. Instead, just ends up being food for Armel. Uh-oh. That's a problem. That's a problem. 4 heroes will fall. And that was a fight pursued by Boom Esports. They knew that the fight was going to try and break out around the Medusa. They showed up with the Tide Hunter thinking they had enough team fight. And they did have a lot of team fight. However, TNC made sure to avoid the worst parts of the Ravage. Literally avoid all of the Supernova. Suddenly, without that control available, they have enough damage to bring down the Medusa. So, Jureen, what happens is that TB does more damage than Medusa in the fights, but Medusa can do more consistent spread out damage to the team. If we get to like the ultra late game portion, they both can 1v9 a game or like 1v5, but in different ways. Medusa needs a little bit more help from the squad to make sure that heroes stay close enough for her to finish off the damage. Erstwhile TB we'll probably see Gabby buy a Blink Dagger again at some point in the game. But he just needs to be able to get close. Doesn't need the opponent to make sure that the opponents are stunned, because if he gets close to you with like Daedalus or something, you die so quickly that you don't have enough time to get away anyway. T2 tower bottom. Will Armel and Boomy be able to do anything significant here? I think they just want to make sure that there's no heroes from Boom Esports to allow Bok to rotate down and pop the ghosts once more. Being thus far quite circumspect about where they use the Exorcism. Might be some complaints about holding it too long, but ultimately they're using it adequately, so doesn't matter that much. Terrorblade. Sending Illusions bottom, almost has BKB. Medusa, she's rounding the corner towards Aghanim Scepter. Decent items, but the BKB will arrive slightly sooner than the Ags. We'll see if TNC will have enough time though to do something with it. Something tells me no, but we'll have to see how the game pans out. Makoto, oh, Blink Dagger revealed by Tims, baby. Ah, that's gonna be a dead Lina. No way you survive this. Will Tims get a charge out of that? Indeed he will. I guess somebody has to be farming that dangerous side of the map, but why not have it be FBZ? If Tide Hunter is dying at this stage of the game, it's not that deep. I suppose they really want to get the Solar Crest Blink, but I don't know. I feel like the BKB on Lina is more important than Solar Crest Blink. Ultimately though, Boom Esports, the hero that they're relying on, this Medusa, is still farming in the trees, in the jungle. But her competition is very close behind. The thing that's also a bit frustrating for the side of Boom is it's harder. Hold that thought. No, it's fine. It's harder for them to... When they commit for fights, it feels like it costs more from them to go in for a fight. It's a lot easier for TNC to poke and prod, throwing out torrents, Xing someone, maybe a blink hex into running away, maybe a reflection here or there. For Boom, they have to jump in with those clockwork. They have to use Supernova. They have to use the Ravage. Lina has to catch a hero for the LSA. Not always the easiest things to accomplish. We will now come across Armel. Armel gets off the BKB. Alright, this is still a win. The first BKB of the game, 9 seconds, gonna get popped just to keep him alive. This also means that he won't have it for the Roshan fight. I don't know if you have enough damage to take Rosh, but I do know you should probably force the fight around the pit. And indeed, that is going to be the option here. With Ravage still being online and no BKB, it's going to be interesting to see if Armel decides to go into this. FPZ perhaps shouldn't be the one that's inside the pit right now. I think Dreamocell is good enough. That being said, FPZ is the one with the Solar Crest, so I want to make sure that he's nearby. Coming forward now. Buck will pop some ghosts. Ravage, baby! Onto everybody! Only Tim's is not caught. Boat flies through. They get the kill onto the Jet Prophet first. Supernova does pop. Nobody caught from the Janual, or not Janual. KSQ jumping in with the hookshot finds Boomy. Boomy forced to use the false promise just on himself, so it's not available for anyone else either. Dreamocell, hexed up by Tim's. Tim's not dead. Inside the tree, still alive. Laguna Blade finally brings him down, but the Torrent will make sure that they get the kill onto the Medusa as well. 2 for 1 with the buyback coming in from the Lion. X marks the spot, drags back FBZ. Finger of Death also makes sure that they get the grab and the kill onto KSQ. So the buyback ends up being worth it for the Lion. And with Medusa dead, with no buyback, there's no way they can go into the Roshan pit. And with Roshan being so low, TNC now have the ability to go in and take it. Part of me feels that they should stop overlaying the Ravage and the Supernova as much as they are. And either have them start with Supernova. If they start with Supernova, it doesn't change that much, right? Because they still have to run away from the Nova. Unless they run toward it to try to destroy it. And you still get to keep your Ravage. The way they've been using it right now, reliably, has been Ravage first. To try and see if the Supernova egg can pop during the duration. But that's just never gonna happen. And that's the second time this game where not only has it not happened, but it costs Boom Esports dearly because they thought they had the team fight advantage. Just got a quick pause. A little puppy pause in this situation. Still gonna resume ASAP when we can. But TNC feels so far ahead right now. It's a 3k gold lead for them. However, with Terrorblade, I feel like Medusa has to be ahead of CB to feel comfortable about playing against them. If that's not the case, then Gabby just hits too hard. We'll see now how the rest of this game is going to evolve as TNC have an Aegis in tow. Okay, this is interesting. They come across Boomy here and they should be able to find this kill. Oh, false promise. What a time to be alive. Also, they bring in Tims to lay down another Finger of Death. So now we're up to 5 stacks of this. Boomy was so close to dying. If the Laguna Blade was there earlier, 1 second earlier, we'd be staring at a kill. But it's not what happened. Really good game from TNC. And the thing is, they're already starting to queue up those Aeon discs. Lion starting with his. BKB almost up for Bok in the off lane. Yo, Umrel has been a massive thorn in the side of Boom. It's actually been crazy how much of an impact he's had on this game. Really a phenomenal performance from the Kunkka thus far. One thing that's a bit scary though is the Lina still keeping pace with the farm of Armel. And the DP is actually being outstripped by the Tidehunter. Most of this gold lead that they enjoy currently is because of an underfarmed Clockwork and a slightly overfarmed Terrorblade. Still fairly close. And there are of course still items that change the nature of the game in its entirety, right? Still have like Aeon Disc Shard on this Phoenix, but they're trying to come in for a wraparound play here from the side of TNC. Gabby comes across Hyde. Hyde will be able to Icarus dive away. Dreamo Cell is out. Wants no part of this. And do they all get out? Yep. And this was Ghost being committed as well. I feel like you're 100% okay with this on the side of Boom. Even if they'd lost Hyde there, would have been acceptable in exchange for these Exorcism Ghosts. In the meantime, FBZ just been cleaning up Dire Triangle. Wants to build into an Aghanim Scepter for the Tidehunter, so you get the Gush on the wave. I suppose in a game like this where not only do you want to have Gush for the negative armor, but you're playing with this Medusa, if you get the AoE Gush, it makes so much more damage come out of the Medusa. Instead of just trying to solo focus a particular hero, it allows you to actually go into the team fight. Wait, what? MTG's game is still going. What are you talking about, Jerry? Are you serious? Wow. How many minutes is that game now? Go when readies are called. One thing that's going to be very frustrating for the side of Boom to deal with is throughout the entire game, unless they get like an Orchid on the Clockwork, they don't really have an answer for this Oracle. But they'll need to. I think that has to become Clockwork's only goal. Buy an item that'll help you kill Oracle. That's it. Literally nothing else matters. If you can't kill Oracle, then you're not going to be able to kill Terrorblade. You're not going to be able to kill the Kunkka. The fights pretty much have to start like that all the time. But they've been playing really well on the support pairing of TNC. Covering each other's weaknesses quite well. And especially since getting this Blink Dagger, Tim's has been incredibly active on the map. G-Calls will resume the game. And here we go. Mikoto takes out the tier 1 tower bottom. And they have only like a minute left on this Aegis. We'll see how TNC will decide to use it. They have Ghost online again in 80 seconds, so it's going to be a bit too long to try and use the Ghost in tandem for another push. So I think you just get back and farm. Don't worry about this. Arm out. We'll just port out, keep farming. And there's the Blink Dagger we mentioned from Gabby. That's what's going to help him out to dish out the forward damage. Don't need the team to help you too much. It's going to be intriguing though what Medusa builds to try and counteract this. Right now she's just going for a very standard affair. This game. Aegis now expires. We saw in the previous game already from TNC what can happen even if you are quote-unquote favored. So that's why they're displaying this extreme amount of caution. Personally, I think it's slightly excessive caution, but you never want to have made a silly mistake and that's what causes you to drop down into the lower bracket. Just taking this outpost. They might decide to think about moving in for the mid tier 2, but I think you have to wait for the next Roche. The way that they're setting up right now from Boom, they're setting up in such a way as they don't really care about that bottom side of the map. They're like, fine, y'all have that jungle, take it, enjoy life. You have more area of the map to farm. However, we're going to make sure we protect our tier 2s in the top and mid lane. If nothing else, to make sure we protect access to Roshan. The only hero that's going to be able to play down bottom is this Lina. And that's because she can destroy these waves from so far away that she can play safely as a result. Well, quote unquote safely. She still has BKB, so she should be fine. TNC. They're gonna smoke up on their side of the map. Aegis is gone. And they're looking for a fight here. Sims will lay out some vision. They'll just get the D ward on the high ground while they're at it. Boom will be like, well, we can accept this trade. Getting control of our own jungle back in exchange for the Dire Triangle or Radiant Triangle. It's fine. We actually see that the TI10 is still posted up in Dire Triangle farming there. Didn't get the memo that he's playing on Radiant side. As Gabby just rinses out the tier 2 tower in the top lane. Only one final outer tower remains for Boom. They can't afford to lose it because then getting to Roche will be very, very hard. And TNC do not have any difficulties taking the big man down. Might be up in the next 40 seconds. Haven't had a super fast respawn timer in a while. We'll see what will bode here from this go around. Armel almost finishing the AC, but the big item for Boom is this Aghanim Scepter. FBZ now not only has the access to Blink Ravage, but he can ensure that the damage being dished out by the Medusa is obscene. And it's also giving his team another source of D-push. So there's several ways that they can ensure that they have an advantage in terms of the creep equilibrium for themselves. Mikoto has MKB well before there's a butterfly available for Gabby. There is already a Heaven's Halberd though on the Kunkka, so this will help quite a bit in terms of damaging him. He's running away from the mid because they are smoked up here. Boom. Can they find a fight? Armel, he's gonna be boomed! He's boomed! Yeah, he's gone. My god, they overcommitted for this one. Yet again, dude, stop doing this, please. Stop, like, if there's Ravage dropped, leave the Ravage to be dropped. Wait for heroes to come in before you pop Supernova. Or start with Supernova and wait for heroes to come in before the Ravage. Every time you overlay it like that, you're 100% wasting one of the spells. Ends up not mattering. They get the big kill. No buyback for 55 seconds. Wow. And we actually get a fast respawn. Lucky. Are you kidding me? Is this actually going to happen? Are they actually going to get this Roche? I mean, I guess they probably wish they had access to a Ravage or a Supernova now, lol. Wait, what popped that Aeon disc for the Phoenix there? That was a little bit peculiar. They're doing enough though for the side of TNC to make this very difficult to finish. They don't have the fastest push inside the pit itself from Boom. So this will take a while. Probably not worth it actually. TNC, very heads up, responded immediately to the threat after losing their Kunkka. And with Kunkka coming back, now suddenly the advantage is back towards TNC. They have all their ultimates, they have the BKB on Kunkka. There's no Ravage, there's no Supernova on the other side. They're gonna try and delay this as much as possible though from the side of Boom because these ultimates are coming back. 25 seconds until we have the Nova. Another 50 till we have Tidehunter Ravage. And TNC seem to actually lack the appetite at all to contest for the Roche. They just let it go. They recognized quite correctly that there's no way you get this Roshan cleanly without having a fight happen that you might not actually want. But they go back in for this with the ghosts. This took too long. If you're gonna do this, you have to do this. Heads up. Now Supernova's back. Ravage, 25 seconds away. Can they take it in that time period? Their push is fairly fast. It's going down slowly but surely. Dreamocell coming forward. Does have Stone Gaze still at the ready. And they're throwing out the boat. Okay, they're trying to get this jump. Nice hook shot in from KSQ. Will he be able to interrupt the fight? Dies very early on. Will buy back. But they've activated all three BKBs. All three are down. Ghosts are finished. Coco Rum is going to run out.
And there's the Ravage, baby. Catches on the 3. LSA onto the Kunkka as well as the DP. Do they have the damage to get this kill? DP's gone. Supernova. This time around, it does its job. Zones away the rest of TNC. They're inside the pit. Who's gonna get the Aegis? It's freaking Boomy. He blinked in. He snatched it. Makoto trying to force the fight. They get down Armel outside the base. Crypt Swarm from Bark, who brought back, will be enough to kill Makoto. They also die back on this Clockwork Goblin. But what can they do versus Medusa now? Boomy trying to escape inside the pit. Not going to be good for the money. Ends up dying. They want to chase down Bark now. The freeze from the Stone Gaze. Mystic Snake combination. And FBZ shows up with a Gush as well. Thrown down on the ground. It enables them to get the kill. Boomy is able to salvage the fight somewhat by stealing away the Aegis of the Immortal. But Medusa still got the cheese. She still got the shard. And she still got a massive victory in the fight. Look how much damage came from the Medusa. 15,000. Alrighty. And Gabby. After the BKBs were down, there's just not much you can do. Can't fight into the Ravage. Dude, that was one of the sickest fights I've seen in a long time. Boom Esports outplayed TNC on another level on that one. Dragging them off the center of where they're comfortable in the fight. The 4-staff usage from the Clockwork. I don't think he actually had the 4-staff before that fight. We might have recently picked it up because I don't think TNC knew about it. They jumped the Medusa like they were expecting her to die then and there. Even the boat thrown in. There's no way that Armel throws that boat if he knows the Clockwork has that 4-staff. But the older dodge goes, that supports win games. And Keskute definitely helped them win that fight. And Boomy saved the game by going to steal the Aegis. What a series this has been. Boom Esports versus TNC Predator. Who could have thought that Boom would push TNC to this degree? Outpost claimed by TNC, but Boom Esports has the gold advance. Oh my god, Makoto was about to reveal himself in the lane. Just as the TB is there. Tims comes in, aware that might be somebody hiding in the area, but they're not going to be able to ensure a kill there. Oh god, Jackie has Deso too. How's that game going, Jireen? Has Jackie managed to rat it out? Also, how many minutes is that game going? 60 plus minutes. Wow. Okay. Dreamocell picks up the T2 tower in the top lane, enables his team to secure themselves this outpost. Not so sure about this one. Buck will pop the Exorcism. Gabby shows up here as well. Dreamocell pops the Stone Gaze. These heroes have to now turn their attention and their gaze away from the Medusa. Stone Gaze will expire now. BKBs are also down, so TNC probably don't have the appetite to jump back into on this fight, but they get the X marks back onto Dreamocell. Jump in, Ravage coming in from FBZ. Gabby won't get off the Thunder, but still in danger. Supernova, this time it's gonna pop. It stuns the Terrorblade, it stuns the Kunkka, and somehow though, with False Promise, they manage to keep the TB alive. He blinks out, but it's not gonna be enough. It's false in every way possible. As they lose the Terrorblade. It did end up getting a kill onto the Side Hunter. Buyback was on. FBZ wants to make sure that he has access to this Gush. Uh-oh. Gush on the ground. Makoto, will he be able to come into the base and finish this off? Doesn't seem like it. But there's no TB and no Death Prophet. They're definitely going to force the TB buyback out of this one. But even if he buys back, it's not certain they can defend the tier 3. Double Siege Wagons pushing here. Tier 3 is gone. They don't want to buy back, so they're going to stack the lane of racks. They're stacking it. They're accepting that they're going to lose these. Medusa with the right clicks. Going to be able to do more than enough. And there we go. Dreamocell. 2 towers down. Has full butterfly. Nobody on the side of TNC has the... Oh, never mind. MKB is up on the Terrorblade. But it's just not enough. I do not know what that fight was about on the high ground from TNC that we just saw around the dire jungle now. The
the thing, they had the option to just leave. Kunkka X marks the Tide Hunter, and they can just walk away. Then they go back in. It's like, okay, why are you going in on a Tide Hunter? Sure, fine, this is definitely going to work out well. Then they go in on the Medusa. You get the X and the Torrent on Dusa. You know that she's going to pop Stone Gaze. You know she has Cold-Blooded. You know she has the Stun Rate backup. They decide to force that fight anyway. TNC, yeah. I don't know who on the team makes that call, but it's a very bad one. Roshan might respawn again in another 2 minutes. You already had a very short sport timer, so it's very unlikely that it's going to be happening yet again. MTG throwing their lives around just so Jackie can keep ratting. What is happening? These C games have just been insane, honestly. I will be honest and say Eastern European qualifiers not that exciting to watch, but these ones, this is what gets the heart pumping and the blood flowing. Mikoto looking towards getting a Daedalus. Complement the right click damage coming out of this hero in tandem with all of the magical spell burst. This time around, I love that Boom ID are treating TNC with their own medicine. They're like, alright, fine, we can also buy the early Aeon Disc. This time we'll get them even faster. Mikoto has one already. Phoenix built his. So, wouldn't be surprised if they got one more on like the Clockwork. Well, Clockwork is going to be going for this Glimmer Cape instead, rather, into BKB. That's fine. Medusa, of course, will not need access to an Aeon Disc. Once he finishes off this Daedalus, you replace the boots with Daedalus, right? And then you replace the... You can potentially replace like the Ags after you eat it, get something else later. Don't think you need Satanic in this game. But there's a lot of options available for the Dusa in terms of late game scaling. She's the one that's ahead. And does Gabby have Daedalus? This is what's pretty scary, is that when the enemy hero, once she gets Daedalus and the Terrorblade doesn't, then it's no longer even true that he dishes out more raw damage than she does. Smoked up now. Boom. Will they find a target? Armel and Bok right in front of them. They're not going to be able to grab them just yet. Armel, he's going to find himself being hookshotted. Ravage. Woo, man. Oh, mama. Okay. There's no refresher on this, but they do have a Timeless Relic. So that's why I was actually wondering why did it do so much damage, but that explains it a little bit. Tier 3 tower taken out. Armel does buy back. They get the Hex and all this damage out onto Dreamocell. Forced off far away from the base. He activates the Stone Gaze. Uh-oh, they chase too far forward. TNC, they're gonna get punished for this. Bok yules into the air, still staying alive right now. Gush dropped down. There's a Supernova on the floor. They need to leave this fight. Somehow they haven't been able to kill Bok, and he instead is the one that ends up getting a kill onto the Clockwork. Now there's no Supernova. Gabby jumps back in, looking for Dreamocell. The Hex will be out. Will they be able to kill the Medusa? Yes, they will. Bok gets a triple kill off of this fight. And now, boom. They actually can't even run away on Makoto because they drag him back with their X marks the spot to give an ultra kill to Death Prophet. Boom Esports, they had the chance to flee, but it's their turn to take an idiotic fight as they stick around. And more than just stick around, they got so baited by these low HP pools that the Tide Hunter, the Lina, the Clockwork, all of them started basically running into the base to look for the Death Prophet. What a penalty to pay. Now they're going to lose the tier 2 tower. TNC, will they try force a high ground here? They've already lost one lane of Rax. It would be so great for them to equalize that up. And look at the damage that Gabby is dishing out to these buildings. My god. Okay. That is a full lane of Rax. Double damage rune for the Terrorblade. Looking for the second one, and they still don't have buyback on Lina nor Tide Hunter. Medusa will buy back. should be enough to dissuade them for now. But now TNC have the gold advantage back. They're the ones that are on the front foot. Medusa bought back. Tide Hunters doesn't have it. Lina doesn't have it. Erstwhile, they still have Death Prophet buyback and the Terrorblade buyback. Look at that dip. Close to 15k immediately in the opposite direction. And experience should be in similar categories as well. We'll see in a few minutes after it's been updated, but my goodness. GXR have travels too and everybody. Part of me wanted to see if they could actually come back into this. Boom. End up losing KSQ. No buyback on the clockwork as well. 70 seconds with no clock. Damn, that's a long time. Now here they are inside the pit. Gabby not even going to be going for the Daedalus. Wants the Tanic next. Make sure that he's just as hugely survivable as possible. Death Prophet finishes the Aeon Disc. Dreamorcell is here, but needs to be very careful. Remember, Dreamorcell bought back, so if Dreamorcell dies, this game might just end. Stone Gaze stuns up several heroes. Forced off away. Dreamorcell still alive. FBZ jumps forward, gets the Ravage. It only connects onto Boomy. Gabby got jewels into the air. With all fighting, Supernova will pop. Boomy not able to get any 30 kill just yet with the Medusa. Still doing as much right click as she can, but without the Daedalus, the damage is somewhat muted and Medusa's dead. That's it. That's game over. That's done. Done, done, done. They also end up losing FBZ elsewhere on the map, taken out by Boomy. Makoto does live throughout all of that, but there's no way they come back for this one. Roche gone. It's a Aghanim Scepter on the ground. Armel pick up the free blessing. And FBZ does buy it back. Doesn't have Ravage though for another 100 seconds, dude. The same duration as not having this Medusa. Gabby won't be showing up for this push with a double damage rune like the last fight, but nonetheless is still so strong. Wait, did he sell his refresher? Because he just had it now, but it's out of the inventory. Gabby. Do they even look for the racks or do they just go for the jugular? They're thinking about it. Does have the meta available. Pops it now. They're gonna go for the jugular. Let's go. Let's go. They know there's no Cliff. They know there's no Medusa. Can they defend this somehow? Boom Esports. Oh my god. Torrance catches two. Just get followed up by Tim's. Not going to be able to find a kill just yet. Cares cute. Man, did you see? Damage of the magic. Way too much from this lion. Burst through this KSQ clockwork. They take out the Tide Hunter as well. That's going to be that. GG, well played, it's called. We're going to game 3. Wonderful game there, emerging from the TNC Predator lineup. They played this hella clean. Armel, yo, Armel, yo. Armel, we need to put respect on Armel's name. Armel, poof. So such a good game from Armel. It became a very good game for Bok later, but Gabby and Armel carried this one, yeah, in another level. Gabby was really clutch with knowing when to show up on the Terrorblade. Also, you know what really impressed me? There was that one fight, one of the last fights we saw, the one where they were trying to go high ground, where everything turned for TNC. During that fight, Gabby had the opportunity to sit back and not approach the Medusa, but he made it a point, as soon as the Stone Gaze duration was finished, to close her down, damage her and only her. The rest of his team will do whatever else they need to do. And just how much damage did he actually put out in this game? My god, 43,000 hero damage, 20,000 building damage. All right, Gabby, you know what? Let's not hate. Congratulations, Gabby. Homeboy is out here. Definitely going to be getting the MVP award on this one. The putting in work award, even more important than the MVP award. Kind of feel like in this game, Boom part of the issue, this draft, it wasn't like the previous one, which allowed them to do several things at once. It only does what it does once, and it's done. It doesn't have the capability of stretching things out. And the moment it stops working out for you, it starts to look extremely risky. To be fair, it was looking quite good for such a long time, but after that one terrible fight, because the thing is, that one terrible fight spawned a sequence of events, diebacks on heroes, early buybacks before people are ready, and the game just ends. TNC Predator. Now they've put themselves back up. I'm glad that the upper bracket has not given us the same 2-0s we've been seeing in the lower bracket. So we're going to have one more game. We don't know who wins this game. We don't know what happens in this game, but we do know it's going to be exciting because this series has been hella lit. Boom Esports taking on TNC Predator. Game 3 coming up very, very shortly. In the meantime, before that game gets going, please make sure that you're following the channel, especially if you're here for the first time. If you've had a good time, you've enjoyed yourself, consider becoming a supporter. Be like Stinkbuggy, who pulled through earlier with a subscription. I really do appreciate it, fam. Can decide to become like him. Can be like Johnny, who threw in some cheers earlier in the day. You can be like QT, FT, come through on Patreon, become a Patreon that side, or can be like Lacklau right here and make a one-time donation here on PayPal, which every single dime goes back into making this production a little bit better, even if it just means that I'm more fed so that I'm not running out of energy mid-cast lol. Anyway, game 2 done, game 3 coming, so don't go anywhere because we return with some incredible, wonderful, the finale of TNC Predator versus Boom Esports. Hype Dota is coming, so don't go anywhere. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting, which your boy Snare, who has forgotten to open predictions, is gonna do so now. We're here for the last one. End of the road, y'all. End of the road. This is gonna be exciting. So we've had a very topsy-turvy day of games between these two sides. It's been honestly some of the most entertaining Dota I've seen in a while. We'll see now which of the two teams are actually good for the victory. It's one thing to be like, okay, we've played entertaining Dota. Now let's take it to the next level. At the game 3, at the point where faltering is no longer an option, where you have to put your absolute best foot forward. So let's see what they can accomplish here today. As we have boom, 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 taking on the side of TNC Predator. And we're all gonna see what this game looks like. Let's go. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Big thing about a game like this though is metas sort of develop inside little series. Of course, for Boom, an example of a meta developing within this series itself. Oracle, not a hero that's often banned. This time around, they're like, nah, B. That was a good time, great, but not again. Not again. Once and never again. Not gonna allow that to happen. So, have removed from the game that, but Mixed Assassin is picked first for TNC with the Death Prophet to combo up with Lion. It's actually interesting that they didn't decide to just go for Oracle DP straight off the bat. Must have a different plan in mind, or at the very least they probably thought to themselves that the Oracle probably threw Boom a little bit. They weren't prepared for it. Might not get that same ease of access if you go for it twice in a row. Do already see the double supports being picked up here for the side of Boom Esports. So we'll more or less know what their, like the broad outline of their laning configuration on all sides. Phoenix, we've seen some difficulties, of course, from Hyatt in the series. In the previous game, not really the most effective Phoenix game for him. But there's reasons beyond simply the Phoenix pick. I think that whatever hero they get for FBZ, I want lower cooldowns on their whatever spell they have to initiate fights with. It just felt like Ravage, there was just so much to happen in the time period before one Ravage and the next one being off cooldown again. One thing I would love as well about picking DP in these situations, they have last pick here, TNC Predator, so they can decide how they want to flex the DP later. Probably gonna see another support now, then a Gabby hero, and then the last pick will determine if Armel plays DP or something else. Right now, what could they get for themselves, which would be pretty good? Ancient Apparition is still in the pool. Haven't really seen it at all in this series, which is quite surprising. Not the greatest setups in the world for it, so maybe you want a different hero. Some Hoodwink or something. I mean, Hoodwink is always nice with Mixed Assassin. Bushwhack sets up everybody for a nice, easy impale from you. So that might be the rationale here. Let's see what Boomy wants to play. In the meantime, for Boom, haven't seen any of their core heroes just yet. They'll probably start with FBZ's one. TNC really taking their time with this. The pick right after secondary banning phase tends to be the one where you burn the most reserve time. So many permutations available in the draft. So you need to be very clear about what you're doing with this pick. Let's see, TNC still burning down this time. It's not like it's the end of the world. And okay, they just go for the Gabby Spectre now. So they're potentially setting up for a Warlock in the lane. Could be some Winter Wyvern, but Warlock seems to me the most likely one to emerge here now that they have the Spectre pick. Yeah, well, I think we're gonna spend a lot of time burning this one. because Boom, it's hard to decide exactly which hero you're gonna get, right? When you see the opponent picking up an early core, potentially they just start thinking, well, Viper's still in the pool. Oh no, it's not. They first banned Viper. Feels bad. Feels unfortunate. If they had Viper still, then you 100% first pick Viper. Now though, Necro's still in the game. What else do they really want to... What else do they play is the question. I don't think they'll play Channel Enchantress. Maybe like a Naga Siren? They already have the Phoenix. You want things that have percent-based damage versus Spectre. Phoenix will most likely buy Spirit Vessel as well. Maybe like Invoker or something. They get the Centaur. Alright, so low cooldowns, high impact, high activity. Always active is what you actually need from a hero that's going to play in this kind of game. And FBZ was much more effective game 1 on the Pangolier than he was game 2 on the Tide. Although there were some amazing Ravages, and to be fair, Boom did kind of throw that match instead of just TNC Raw winning it. Nonetheless though, the margin of error is somewhat smaller on the Centaur Warrunner. Or rather large actually, you get a lot of second chances on this hero. Another hero that you can use to protect the egg. Stampede, even if he's not on that side of the map, can ensure that heroes survive whatever engagement they find themselves in. And here's a hero we very rarely see nowadays. For a while it was picked super often to deal with Phoenix, because the Lil Shredder effectively just removes Supernova from the fight. And we get the Snapfire now. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have a healing hero in the lane for Spectre. But Snapfire can just hold that lane down and still allow Spectre to be able to get the farm that she needs to get far ahead. How's their team fight now for TNC? They've got Death Prophet out, Spectre Haunt, Morty's Kisses. That's pretty decent. They just don't have very good lockdown to ensure that these spells and the damage goes out onto Boom heroes. We'll see Boom go for the Templar Assassin now for Makoto. Okay, putting our trust in TA for this last game. I really like TA Phoenix. Seen it work out quite well various times in the past. You get some additional momentum from the Centaur Warrunner as well. Several heroes in the game can buy Blink. I love TA when she's not the only one buying Blink, and it's sort of like the team goes forward and there's suddenly a million heroes in front of you. Centaur can get there quickly, Phoenix can get there quickly, Lion will buy Blink Dagger, TA will buy Blink Dagger, and Centaur will buy Blink Dagger regardless. Who gives them as well some physical burst damage that they didn't have beforehand. They had magical burst from the Lion. You now have some physical burst covered by TA. Spectre, not always the happiest hero, honestly, to play into Templar Assassin. In large measure because the damage is too quick. It's like, you know, you're chilling, you're minding your business, you're like, doing my thing, and pop! Wow, okay, that hurts. On the other side though, once Spectre gets ahead of TA, it's very difficult for TA to do anything in that situation. So that does mean that Boom Esports have to play this game off a snowball here. They need the maximum momentum in order to find themselves in a good position in this game. Especially because they don't have as many good tools for bringing down towers in the same way TNC Predator does. Their own team fight spells aren't as extravagant as what TNC has. They have better control though, and they're going to be relying on that. Last pick, gonna be the Juggernaut. Safe hero. Doesn't need to get to the late game. They have the strong mid-game time that they can fight around. More physical damage burst as well through the GG slash. Okay. What will the response be from the side of TNC Predator? We need to know where Bok is playing and where Armel is playing. Bok could reprise the role on the Death Prophet. Could give it to Armel. Armel's Lina is still in the game. Is it a decent Lina game? Not really. Playing Lina into TA, that's why they left it in the game. So what do we have? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Armel Razor. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Razor in this game. Are you freaking kidding me? Razor into TA Jug. Let's go TNC. We never give up.
We never give up. We don't give up. Yo, this is a scary Razor pick here. This is a scary Razor pick. Also, given that this Razor just has to be sort of an anchor in the middle of the fight, the pressure will come in from around him. But it's difficult though. It's not the easiest game to play, even as this Razor, because the enemy has Centaur, right? So they can pop the Stampede, get away from the leash. They have a ton of lockdown on their side. At least they have more lockdown than TNC. Surprisingly close. This Razor is really good against TA Jug. It's not a... It's an open question on whether or not that effectiveness will play out in this game, because they have Centaur. They also have Phoenix. You lay down Supernova, Razor can't keep chasing past it. Outside of Snapfire, they frankly don't have that much physical right click attack speed to deal with the Phoenix Egg if it is utilized by Hyde. Simultaneously for TNC Predator, their damage takes a while to come out. Say if the Centaur at any given point buys Aghanim Scepter, I don't, you know what, I like Boom. I like Boom again. I like Boom again. Let's go. Let's go. TNC though, they've got my bets, they've got my heart. Boom has my head in this game. Let's go. It's gonna be a fun one. Game 3, the decider. We're deciding a challenger for OB.Neon right here, right now. Let's get into it. Also, somehow, that GXR game is still going. We're about to clock 100 minutes in the qualifier game. That's incredible. If Motivate Trust can win this game, Jackie is the greatest Arc Warden player of all time, bar none. But now we have the game getting underway. Early movement from Boom. Something that we've seen before from the side. Can they find anything off the back of this though? Sadly, Tims will end up just popping the smoke for everybody. Also, Motivate Trust just actually killed 3 heroes and claimed a Divine Rapier for themselves. Oh, yo. We're gonna finish this game and that Motivate Trust game will still be going. Mid lane, we see a nice deny on a ward, but they're still happy with this on the side of Boom. The ward is gone. Doesn't really matter who got rid of it. Sure, it sucks if the opponent denies it, but nonetheless, ward is no longer present. Oh, look at that. Right outside of the range. What the hell? Didn't we get rid of this WhatsApp sound? Are you kidding me? Why is it doing this to me right now? But here we go. Game number 3. Has been a wild ride getting to this point. We'll see how they fare going forward. As proceedings will begin. TNC Predator. Definitely need a solid and strong early game with their draft. One issue that I have is that 2 of their heroes have such long cooldowns. And the only big spell that's scary to fight around. Hold that thought. Bok might end up dying bottom. Is Bok dead? Fairy Fire? Nice fight. Nice fight. Gabby. See the Spectre here. This is the lane that should be perfectly adequate to farm for Spec. You've got Boomy here to provide some semblance of harass against FBZ. As the levels start to accrue though, that becomes a lot less effective. Especially once you get these points into the retaliate. Does feel like it'll be a decent enough lane for the Centaur, even though you can't really prevent the Spectre from farming herself. Mid lane, Armel. And we expect the Armel Razor to do very, very well versus TA. We've seen a lot of these TA matchups go, in fact, in favor of the Razor. But Kodo obviously have a point to prove here after game 2. Top lane, Gabby just taking some harass, but whatever. You don't really care about this. You know what's up. Just trying to get your own CS.
I wonder what build we go for here on the Spectre. Is this an Echo Saber game or a Blade Mail game? Feels like an Echo Saber game. Faster way to be able to take out the refraction charge. There's not that much uncontrollable damage that Blade Mail helps you with. So I would certainly prefer an Echo Saber from that Spectre. For Razor, what do we build this game? Yules, I imagine? Seems pretty good. Against the team that has Stampede, I always like the Yule Scepter. So definitely would love to see that emerge. Gabby. Has not as much CS as the Juggernaut in this stage. Jug in this one, he's the one that also has to make a decent decision about how to build. Need the Maelstrom. I'm glad it's Maelstrom. I do not want to see Battle Fury. It's not a Battle Fury game. Your team is playing extremely quickly. Boom does not want this game to be in question once 30 minutes hits. At that point, the game should be beyond doubt. And we see a lot of activity in the jungle. Hyde, stacking as many camps as he can. Fortunately, because of the nature of this lane, there's no actual kill threat onto FBZ, even if they leave him alone. So Hyde, whenever he makes these movements, doesn't feel like he's abandoning his offlaner here. TNC Predator. I think this is not the laning phase they're fully happy with, because Bok is getting very little from that offlane. And it kind of feels like they need high levels on Bok yet again. Ended up doing a decent job over the course of game 2. We need similar levels of performance, and Makoto doing very well in this mid lane. 20 and 3 on the CS. Some of this does come from the jungle, of course, but we're not going to take anything away from her. Razor's got 9 to 9, so of course we'll have the experience advantage at this point. And Gabby, they're getting some damage out onto the Spectre. They're not going to be able to kill her, but this will definitely zone her back to the tower. Is there a salve in the lane? Snapfire does not have one, so they need to ferry it over. Unless she just got one now. Nope. Those are raindrops, no salve. Now you need to play safe for so long. And you'll tank these little shredder hits any day of the week. Doesn't really make that much of a difference. Mid lane, Armel chasing down Makoto. Not going to chase too far, of course. Doesn't have a refraction of his own. Another pause will just emerge. Pause is off. So, I love those quick pauses where it's like, oh, sorry, my bad, just something random happened. One thing I'm assuming as we get deeper and deeper into the game is whether or not TNC will be able to respond when Boom Esports eventually start coming at them in this early mid game. Hasn't happened just yet. Makoto will just draw first blood, bringing down Sims here. Pretty nice grab. And the best part about getting a kill like that, it doesn't even interrupt the farming patterns that Makoto is on right now. Wait, what? You're telling me Jackie got Cliff TZ'd without buyback, and that's how they won a 100-minute plus game? Okay. Alright, alright. Dota 2, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades. Dota 2. Dota 2.
The way this game is going though, it really does feel like Boom is much happier with how things are. Given that they're the team that's going to be playing more aggressively, playing more quickly, the fact that they've gone 3 lanes, getting things go this well for them. Mid lane not really that bad for the TA. She just farmed up the jungle and now she's the most farmed hero on the map. Lion will die here. Boomy shows up to assist Bok in getting a side kill. Honestly, the hero who's most sad about this game has just been Dreamocel's Juggernaut. Hasn't died, but just hasn't been able to get exactly what he wants out of the lane. Still out farming the DP, out farming the Spectre, equivalent in farm to the most farmed hero on the other side of the map. Dreamocell, oh man, look at that. He knew what was coming. He knew that the supports had not vacated this lane. So he just goes forth, draws out the Exorcism, and heads to the top side of the map. Gabby now gonna not be able to do all that much because doesn't really want to put himself close to a Juggernaut that has access to Omni Slash. And everybody just backs off. It's fine. Just back, y'all. Just back, y'all. Take it easy. I love how everybody goes top. Armel's here. Tim's is here. And they protect the tower, but I feel like if I'm playing on the side of Boom, I force them to use Ghost down bottom, drew them to the top side of the map, where they're not even going to be able to find any counter kills, all without having to actually lose out on the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. They do force out a stampede, but let's compare and contrast the cooldown timings. It's perfectly acceptable. Time is now on the side over the next few minutes. It's going to be on the side of Boom Esports, and that's why TNC need to make moves like this to curtail that kind of time. FBZ will be the target here, and there's no stampede, so there's a very easy way to kill him. Because they're also just going to make sure that they don't utilize the Fire Snap cookie too early. They should be able to make sure that he can't TP away to safety. If he had a hatchet, maybe he survives that fight. There was like a moment where they lost vision of him, but no way he's going to be able to get out to safety. Oh, Phoenix almost died here. So much damage emerging from the TNC lineup, but they do not manage to tick the Phoenix over. Take it easy, Jareen. Take it easy, fam. With MTG knocked out of the tournament, you can go relax, comrade. Bok and Armel will use the second instance of these ghosts in this game to, at least this time around, claim the tier 1 tower down bottom. This is the strength of having the Death Prophet in your team, and you're always going to be able to utilize it. Boom, until they get the Desolator available for Makoto, they have very rough time actually pushing and dishing out damage onto these structures. Taking them a long time to try and find this push. The Sea Dragon is doing the bulk of the damage here. They're struggling to close the gap onto it from the side of TNC. Armel will now show up as well. Throws in a plasma field. Sea Dragon almost gonna kill the tower. Tower does get denied. They also deny the top tower as well. TNC, in a short span of time, lose 2 towers, but ensure that the gold advantage that Boom Esports were expecting to enjoy thanks to those towers will not be. And they're doing all of this without compromising the farm of Gabby. Gotten quite a bit in this game. It is going to be the Echo Saber build. Wholeheartedly approve of this, but gonna be following that up with the Radiance. Back in the day when the regular Spectre build was this Radiance, TAs would hate playing against Spectre. Because Spectre just presses R, refraction is gone. Now you have to be wandering around the fight effectively naked. And then the builds change from the Spectres. We very rarely saw Radiances for the most part. So Mikoto doubtless will not be prepared if the Radiance does arrive at a random time without him being able to scout out at least a Sacred Relic. Tims might end up dying here. Kescute will collect the first charge in the Finger of Death. Plus 40, good times.
GG na, nari pa mag-GG nito mga to.
FBZ doesn't have access just yet to Blink Dagger, farming it up. Their team is kind of locked behind that one Blink. Right now it's pretty much Stampede that's giving them a momentum advantage. And nobody's pushing aggressively though. Echo Saber up now for the Spectre. And she got the Echo Saber around the same time as the Maelstrom arrived for the Juggernaut, which is pretty impressive. Considering how the two heroes generally tend to farm their sides of the map, she is doing really well on the Spectre. Gabby wants to win. Gabby wants to win. Iron Out here about to finish off the Earnest Shadows. Spirit Vessel also feels like it'll be a crazy item for this game. FBZ doesn't know that he's been scouted right now, but moving in the correct way to avoid death. Despite not knowing where his opponents are, Game Sense will save him. Oh, look at that scan. Look at that Game Sense, man. He knows they're coming. They scan the right area. Everybody will survive. And TNC Predator will not find themselves able to do much off the back of this. An Observer Ward does get taken out. I think they might have smoked close to the outpost, which is what gave the information over towards FBZ. Nonetheless, that information keeps himself alive. But crucially, this information keeps farm going. Jug is farming the top lane. Makoto was farming bottom. Now just shows up towards this middle side of the map. But it's just money, money, money being picked up right now for Boom Esports, without TNC really being able to do all that much about it. And now that they have the first Blink Dagger, the first, I'm very deliberately saying the first, they will at least have 3. I also love that they're prioritizing Kescute getting this. He's queuing it up already. I wouldn't be surprised if for the next few minutes Hyde is the one that buys all the support items. I mean, you've got the Urn now. There's not that much more you need as the Phoenix for quite a while. And they're gonna try and find a fight here. FBZ finds the grab onto Boomy. Silence did show up from Bok, but it's not going to be good enough. Supernova on the high ground. They stampede forward. They're looking for Bok. The Ghost doing quite a bit of damage, but Kescute, Finger of Death to burst out Bok. Haunt will show up from Gabby, but he can't save Armel's life. Going to be a double kill. Makoto going ham on the Templar Assassin. Looking for more right now. Will be a buyback from the Snapfire. Gabby, will he live? No, he won't. Makoto gets a triple kill. Makoto gets an ultra kill here. Boomy tries to throw in these Morty's kisses. Hyde almost dies because of it, but survives on about 60 HP. Pops an urn. Will be cool. But what a fight. They get a full team wipe there. Boom Esports. What a way to reveal Blink Dagger. What a way to reveal the Desolator. Just a perfect fight for them. Now they're inside the Roshan pit. Aegis claimed quite easily for them. Look at the leapfrog in net worth. Juggernaut went from like 5th net worth to now 2nd quite easily. SNY looks like it's going to be the item pickup for him. Definitely approve of this item build. They might lose FBZ down bottom. Yeah, FBZ is dead. So that's something. But grand fight for Boom Esports. Poised now to be in a position where they spend the next few minutes accelerating their farm. The thing about TNC in that fight is that Gabby, I feel like if Gabby hadn't showed up, it would have been not great, but I could live with it. But the fact that he haunted into that engagement and then died. Now they have all 3 blink daggers. Are you kidding me? 16 minutes, closing in on 17. Boom Esports have a massive mobility advantage right now. They're stacking up all these ancients, but because it's going to be a little bit of time before they can easily farm it, there's a small risk that these get stolen away by the TA. Fortunately, Dreamocell and the gang and Mikoto are not concerned with those ancients. They want this tier 2 tower in the top lane so they can easily claim this outpost. TA absurdly farmed in the matchup right now. 10k net worth, 11 is closing in with BKB in tow. At the very least queued up. Have a situation where TNC, they are TPing 1 or 2 heroes top to potentially look for a deny, but with Dragon Lords, there's no way you're gonna close this gap. Tims does not have Blink Dagger, nor does he even have the Ags, so there's nothing you can do here. You can potentially just stick around to see if anybody advances too far, then maybe you try set up onto them. And Tims, oh, nice Vendetta to escape away from the Dreamocell Omni Slash. That was a weird GG slash. There's no dust, there's no sentry down, nothing. Literally no possible vision. KSQ does have the dust, but it's a little bit too far behind. While this was happening, it's not like RML was able to actually push onto this tier 2 tower either. The damage that can come out of a Razor onto a building before the Aghanim Scepter is frankly not that significant. The only way they push on structures is with Exorcism. Death Prophet's all the way on the other side of the map. So TNC Predator can't really accomplish anything on the map right now. We see now, oh, quick jump onto the Death Prophet. Bok gonna be a victim here of the damage from Boom. They just have this ability to kill you so quickly. It is kind of insane. It's kind of insane. Bursted, gone, and without access to the DP should lead into the tier 2 tower being melted away. They might even go bottom to look for the tier 1 on that side. And frankly, what would they be to stop them? They can make this move at their leisure. Mikoto putting in the damage pressure. And there she goes. Dreamocell is going to be the one to finish it off. Oh boy. Things starting to look so scary at the moment. The thing about as well, the way the game is trending is, oh, hooks, Hex onto Spectre. Hex onto Spectre. Oh god. They do manage to take out the Supernova thanks to the low shredder from Boomy. And KSQ will die from this. Both supports are gone. Mikoto now taking too much damage from the Morty's Kisses will end up giving up the first life. Will they have the ability to fight on the second? Buyback will be there from the Phoenix. Impale onto the TA. She can't get up the refraction charges and she's gonna die. FBZ also gonna get surrounded and brought down. These ghosts are everywhere from Bok. Gonna be a double kill. The DP putting out all this damage, baby. That was quite surprising from the side of Boom. They thought they had the connection, so they all end on that one, but the reason I'm so surprised is it felt like an unnecessary situation. They didn't need to get that kill, but they overextended and overcommitted to find it and gave up a lot of gold in the process. Now suddenly the game is turned again. Back in a situation with the side of TNC. Equivalent on gold, Razor catching up to the TA, but crucially, Spectre getting far. Did forgo having to go for that Radiance. The way the game was going would not allow for her to raw farm 3,800 gold. Needed to buy something to accelerate her farm and keep her competitive. Extremely tight game. Tims
He's hiding here in the top lane. They do not know where he's at. Just getting the scout going. Tons of duration and remaining on the Vendetta, so no need to be concerned about that ending at an inopportune moment. Boom now. Make the decision to smoke up on several heroes. Will they be able to find anybody? Armal. Probably not the target. Although if he... Okay, they might actually have vision here. They might have caught vision here. Let's see. Will Armal come to the right place? Nope. They will not be able to find a kill here. Good positioning from TNC. Look at this game sense from them. They recognize that something was probably awry at this point in the game. Their observer war, top scouts, nothing. No one's pushing that tower. Bottom lane is being pushed out only by Makoto. But the rest of the team is completely Mia. What else could be happening? Good decision made by them. Dreamer Cell. What are we gonna be building next for this Juggernaut now that he's finished Maelstrom and SNY? Probably Scotty. Scotty feels legit to me. I can see that happening. TNC though. They want to make sure that they don't end up falling behind on their own farm. Wait, just those Tims in the mid lane. That standoff will end. Stampede was committed as well. He does have access to buyback. And Armal triggers up the Eye of the Storm. They get this vision out onto the higher ground. So Boom Esports will see the preparation for the come-up fight and rather back away from it. The main thing that kill does for them is just buy more farm time. And it gives them this more control around this Roshan area so that they have the option of deciding if they actually want to take the Aegis. And it looks like they do. Yet again, I'm a bit perplexed that they go in for this now instead of immediately after the kill. Maybe they want to convince TNC that they're not actually going for Rosh, but I don't know. TNC probably aware that something is happening. They smoke up. Armal bottles the regen rune. Coming closer towards the Roshan pit. FBZ trying to sit position to be able to counter. Here's Cute, will die first, but does have buyback. FBZ, oh, Blink Dagger gets disabled by the Spectre. Spectre, is she gonna haunt forward? Not just yet. Throwing a dagger, not gonna connect onto anybody. FBZ was being Spirit Siphoned, so that's gonna be Blink Dagger still continuing to be disabled. Although Bob committed Ghost, half duration left on these. Not a great look if they don't get anything more besides the Lion kill. But doesn't seem like that opportunity will be forthcoming. And there are no more ghosts remaining. FBZ and the gang. Here they come. Looking for a fight. Armal gonna get Omni Slash. Jeweled into the air. Gonna keep him alive. The GG Slash bouncing around onto several. FBZ could not find the hook stop because of that BKB. Nice Hurricane Pike actually by Makoto to get him to the low ground. Staying alive here. Armal turning the tide. Coming in with the leash. Dreamo Cell. Stampede will be on. Still 200 damage drained away from the Juggernaut. Doesn't seem like they'll be able to use it easily though. Roshan, half HP. No ultimates left on the TNC side now. Vendetta up in 5, but might not be the most useful thing in the world. Oh, we feast. Fire Snap Cookie actually interrupts the Hex. Cute will die here. It's going to be a dieback on the Lion. Death comes through on the Snapfire. Supernova on the higher ground. Tims will die here. Will be forced to fight back as well. Armal in danger. Can he get away from the egg? Yes, he can. It does burst onto the Spectre, but the Razor will live. Wanting to come back into the fray. Icarus dive away to safety. Makoto in danger. Sunray will be up to try and keep the TA alive. Spin does come through from Dreamo Cell, but Makoto eventually will die. Dreamo Cell will live, hide. No Icarus dive, so he's gonna die too. 3 heroes removed from the fight. Boomy diving further in. Gets down a rat trap. So they see Dreamo Cell and there's no spin TP available. They get the kill on Dreamo Cell. They also find FBZ. TNC Predator. Get the full team wipe. The double buybacks from these supports. They're able to overwhelm them with numbers. Although the Snapfire starts all that off, getting the Fire Snap cookie out during Hex, like during the animation of Hex. So even though you're hexed as a floppy fish, you still stun the lion. Give an extra second or two before dying. And that's a lion that's dying back into that situation. TNC ahead on gold. They have the Aegis. Able to pick up the cheese. Who did they give the shard to? Looks like this Death Prophet. Want to make sure that they have the Spirit Siphon Fear coming in. Given how long FBZ generally tends to be just sitting inside the Siphon, this makes perfect sense to me. TNC Predator. 5k gold up on them. This game looking so good. The Haunt. They found Dreamercell. They found Dreamercell. They found Dreamercell. They found Dreamercell. He has to try and GG slash to try and survive this, but it's not going to matter. As Boomy able to catch him out. Oh my goodness. TNC. Are they gonna do it? 6k gold ahead right now. TA is still the most farmed hero on the map, but she's playing into a Razor, who also now just picked up an Eye of Skadi. I was speaking about this earlier in the game, that if we get to the 35-minute mark and this game is not beyond doubt, Boom Esports will find themselves in a very precarious situation. Still a few more minutes before we get to that point. However, the way this game is trending does not seem like it's going to result in a overwhelming victory condition at 35 minutes for Boom Esports. TNC. In position now, I think, to at the very least just ensure that Spectre never dies again. That one death should be her only death. Tim's is gonna die here, so they're gonna just get a quick burst onto this Nyx Assassin. Alright, that's nice. Primarily allows Boom to still continue playing on this side of the map. The economy of Lion is suffering a little bit because of the presence of this Nyx Assassin, but what can we do? Been pretty decent with the vision game. And despite this 5k gold lead, most of this lead is because of how underfarmed the Juggernaut is. If Dreamos also has to pick up some of this net worth, I mean, look at this. We're still not anywhere close to having this full Manta or a Skadi or an AC or anything like that. The option here is Skadi. It's taking quite a while to arrive. Only has enough gold for the first ultimate orb right now. He's been farming this for quite some time. As he gets Skadi, Basher should be on for the Spectre. And the thing is, TA hasn't gone for the BKB. So that means that whenever Dreamocell spins in the fight to get away, because that's all he can do, doesn't have enough damage to be a major threat, that means that they just collapse and control this Makoto TA. They're like, well, don't have to worry about Dreamocell, he can't hurt us. Even though he bought the Aghanim Shard to have the better spin. But I think it also adds an escape tool so that when he spins, he's guaranteed to be able to run away from the fight. BKB now picked up by the Death Prophet. BKB DP. Woof. With the halberd, with Yules. She's out here. She is out here. Smoke up now. TNC come across Dreamocell and he's just out. at this point in the game, I kind of feel like one of the issues that they're also having on the side of Boom Esports is their lack of general 100 to 0 lockdown. All they have is Hoof Stomp, Earth Spike, and Hex. You do not want to commit those all on the same target, but failure to do so means that this Exorcism is always coming off in the fights. You're always spending a lot more time attacking Bok than they would like to be doing otherwise. Such an annoyance. Just been such a big distraction away. Honestly, the way I've been seeing Bok play this DP, I think this should become the standard way you play DP. This Halberd, Yule's BKB build seems really, really strong. Razor saps one target, DP disarms the other. Fight easy to win. We'll see if they can win this fight though, as they no longer have access to the Aegis. Still a gold lead for them. Doesn't seem like Boom is going to be coming in for that fight though. The stare down succeeds. Both teams are like, let's just back off. Everybody flinches. Well, let's not say both teams. TNC stays where the hell they are. But Boom ID, Boom Esports, as they've been rebranded in modern times, make the decision to just back away. Tier 2 tower. Come on. Is a fight gonna happen around this one? They need to try and stop this from going down, but also so dangerous. Their primary source of initiation is FBZ. Makoto also showing up. Killing Gabby is... yeah, not gonna happen. So the fact that he's the one that can just sit here in the front complicates life. Tims also has access to the Aghanim Scepter, so he's burrowed in behind some of these trees, prepared to throw in these impales, these mana burns, if the fight were to come. But the fight does not. Jeez. Smoke. Boom Esports. Head out onto the map. Nobody's home though. The one place they do not want to go, which is their own triangle, or their own jungle around their outpost. This is where TNC are very happy to play right now. Sims might end up breaking the smoke, but he doesn't really care. Indeed he does, but they don't actually have reveal. It's Dreamo Cell that's at the forefront. He's not the one that's carrying any of this reveal. Now they have to get out of here. It's a scary place to be. Still trying to make sure that they can cover the retreat. They're not running away from this area with reckless abandon. It's a tactical retreat. Boom ID though. Boom Esports. Why am I saying Boom ID suddenly? Alright. It's becoming apparent that the length of these games is slightly getting to me, but it's all good. Uh-oh, Makoto and Hyde right next to each other. There's going to be a very big haunt. FBZ pops the Stampede, allows his team to be able to escape away to safety. So Ghost were used, Haunt was used, Eye of the Storm was used, but Boom Esports only have to commit the Stampede, so it's all good. There's no Rosh either for them to try and claim. And by the time this Roshan does come up in 35 seconds, the Exorcism Ghost will have expired. So Boom Esports, this is an opportunity if you've ever gotten one. The potential to come back into this. Ooh, they smoke underneath an Observer Ward. TNC have the opportunity to lay out a trap, but they do not have access to their big spells. FBZ, will he be the one to open this up? Much better vision for TNC at this moment in time. Radiant Scan does commit flush and connect nicely. They know where to go. The question is, will they be able to get there in one piece? Armel. Aghanim Scepter being queued up with the Refresher Orb. This is the way you build this Razor, Armel. Doing a good job. They also got an Aghanim Scepter for the Snapfire. This is the one major complaint that I've had so far, right? Is that TNC somewhat struggled to find initiation of their own. Especially because this Nyx Assassin did not buy Blink Dagger. Opted instead to get the Aghanim Scepter. Now they will have some degree of that initiation. Snapfire can gobble up the Nyx Assassin toss him forward. And then once Nyx is in the fray, Nyx is the one that throws out the Impale. That Impale will be difficult to land though, given that they have Spin on Juggernaut and now BKB on the Templar Assassin. We'll have to target some of the other heroes on the periphery of the fight. But now though, Boom find themselves in the Roshan pit, and I'm not sure they know about this on the side of TNC. They scan now, so they have some degree of awareness, but this might just be too late. It's gone. Aegis with the cheese and the shard picked up by Boom Esports. They give the shard towards FBZ so that we have access to either double hoof stomp, double stampede, eventually double lotus. Well, it's not going to happen with double lotus, but you know what I mean. So we have a quick pause. Just a quick pause. Just a quick pause. Honestly, despite the fact that they still maintain this decent lead for TNC, look at this jug. What was I talking about earlier? The lead is two things. The gap or the underfarmedness of this Juggernaut and the slight underfarmedness of some of these supports, but it was mostly the jug. Now that jug is getting richer, this gap is closing. Effectively the same net worth as the Razor right now. Is this for Aghanim Scepter, the point booster? I feel like Swift Slash is really good for this game, so generally I don't like having to buy Ags when the next Roche would give it to you anyway, but in this game, Aghanim's Roche will always be contested as hard as humanly possible. You know, so gotta spend that gold, get the money, do what you need to do. In this situation though, Juggernaut, for the most part, as these fights break out, as long as he's able to find one of the supports first with these Swift Slash, or even finding DP, force out the Yugels, force out like the Burrow or something. They've got a ton of defensive spells on the side of TNC Predator, so make them use it in subpar scenarios. So the pause is going to be somewhat of an extended one in this situation. So we can take a look at some other things instead of just the net worth here, since we have such a long pause. Titan Sliver for the jug. We're closing in on the next tier of items eventually. Get the G core going. I love how Centaur is still running around with the Vambrace. What else is... I feel like Centaur could get away with having a Nether Shawl instead of Vambrace. But we'll upgrade for a Stormcrafter. The first tier 4 item they pick up. Illusion. Oh, Illusion Escape for Juggernaut. That's perfect. Literally perfect. DP does have the Minotaur Horn found. I give you that to Spectre, right? Yep. There we go. And they get a Flicker. This is nice. The Flicker can probably go towards Mikoto. Maybe the Centaur even actually can get the Flicker, but he's not the Stormcrafter. Timeless Relic. Of course you give that to the Lion or the Phoenix. Okay, Lion's gonna take the Flicker for better mobility in the middle of the fight. And the Phoenix is gonna be the one that takes a hold of the Timeless Relic. On the other side for TNC Predator, Spell Prism now picked up. Razor finds that in the streets. Already have the Minotaur Horn for the Spectre. And what else did they get for tier 4? The Telescope for the Nyx. I mean, given that you already have the access to the Burrow, this Telescope is going to be so huge, actually. Wait, if they give the Minotaur Horn to Snapfire, what's Spectre holding then? Spectre's going to hold the Spell Prism? Okay. And Timeless Relic then picked up by the DP. Mikoto in the meantime takes out the tier 2 tower. He knows that with the Aghanims or the Aegis or the Immortal, there's no point in even trying to fight him from the side of TNC Predator. Everybody has buybacks. Haven't gotten ourselves to 25s just yet, but the Spectre and TA will arrive at similar timings. Makoto now wants to access the MKB. There's no MKB on the Spectre, of course. She just wants to build Butterfly. So that means that this Butterfly on TA really gonna be quite difficult to deal with. Razor's not gonna buy MKB either. See a small incursion here in the mid lane between the two teams, but this movement from Boom not gonna be successful. During this time though, Juggernaut picks up the Aghanim Scepter. Does have to sacrifice having buyback to do so. His team is going to try smoke up right now. Or at the very least, they're playing very close together to try and force a fight somewhere. The Sparrow on the high ground from Tim's will make sure that there is no way for Boom Esports to approach that side of the map. We haven't actually seen Boomy utilize his Aghanim Scepter since picking it up. I mean, there are some understandable reasons. Gabby. Yeah. I think one of the issues as well for the Spectre is that you're at a point in time where as spec, who do you kill? Your primary targets aren't actually the targets that you need to be able to haunt onto for teamfight victory. You need to be able to haunt onto the TA or the Juggernaut, lock them down with the Abyssal, or just one-shot burst the Lion at the very beginning of the fight. Lion has Aeon Disc, so that's not going to happen. Can't do that to the Phoenix either. She doesn't have Aeon Disc, but it's unlikely that you 100 to 0 her before she gets off the Supernova. Obviously, there's still Stampede as a defensive tool, a defensive measure. Things just seem pretty rough. TNC Predator. Smoke up now. Moving back out onto the map. We've gone past the point where Boom would feel hella comfortable winning, and now we are in somewhat more speculative territory. Good moves here from the rest of Boom to make sure that as this gank was coming in from TNC Predator, they don't get sucked into it. Scold lead oscillating between the two teams. We're on a knife's edge. Remember the stakes here. Victory here today guarantees you a game tomorrow versus OB.Neon. Against Fnatic, sorry, not OB.Neon. Sorry. Fnatic won that series. You go to the winner bracket final against Fnatic. If you lose, you drop down to play against Galaxy Racer in the lower bracket. No shade on Galaxy Racer. No shade on Execration. No shade on any of the teams in the lower bracket, but it's a shitty place to be. Definitely want to stay in the upper bracket. Keep your hopes alive. Thus far, now that I think about it, we've only had 2 qualifiers, but every team that's come in from the upper bracket has actually won the qualifiers in the grand finals. 2 is not a very large sample size, but we'll see if this qualifiers will extend our range of data. Nobody is breathing at this point. They all know that losing this one makes going to TI extremely difficult. Makoto steals a double damage rune. We have the DD. Will he be able to use it in the fight? Do have the ghost used up by Bok. Oh, Centaur getting caught. Sunray will keep FPZ alive. There's gonna come out the Stampede. Makoto with the BKB active. Goes into the back of the fight. Is able to find a quick kill onto the Snapfire. Makoto uses the spider legs to run through the Roshan pit. Gabby trying to haunt for the fight. Dreamocell though gets off the Omni Splash, but beautiful impale onto Hyde. They had to buy back on the Phoenix. Gabby haunted back into this direction of the fight, so Makoto got to escape and now looking for Boomy. Remember, Boomy does not have buyback. Boomy brought back for this one. Supernova now dropped down. Earth Spike connects onto the Spectre. FBZ with the home stomp. Do they have the stun? Yes, they do. They caught Gabby. Gabby's being sunrayed. Gabby's being killed. Dreamostar gets a double, triple kill by throwing out the real Omni Slash. Last time it was just the Swifty. Triple kill for the Juggernaut. Blink Dagger picked up for him in the fight. Everybody routed from TNC Predator. And a 5k gold swing. Well, more like 8k in fact, in favor of Boom Esports. Oh my goodness. Buybacks will come. Everybody who has it needs to expend it. Spectre, 1 minute remaining until she has buyback. But can they defend this 3v5? Creep wave is coming in. Tims has the burrow. Going to be able to do some semblance of damage control, but Dreamocell is splitting them up. He's pushing the top lane. They can't defend both sides at once, 3v5. And they can't defend any of these sides at once, 3v5. They've lost range racks in the mid lane. Will they lose the melee? Makoto putting in a lot of damage onto this bad boy. Melee racks is gone. Still no Spectre, 30 seconds. Does have buyback. At this point, you definitely don't want to have to commit it if you haven't used it already. And Makoto is not going to go bottom. Or not going to go to the top lane. We'll go bottom instead. Yet again, splitting their attention in multiple directions. At this point, you 100% do not want to buy back a Spectre. 10 seconds left on the respawn. They're just going to sack the second lane of racks. 2 racks taken. Boom Esports. Such intelligent Dota play there. And that fight, I must say, Makoto is just a really impressive player today. My god. The decision making jumps past the entire freaking team, right? To burst Snapfire first, run through the Roshan pit with spider legs to force TNC to be chasing him. So that by the time they haunt, it's not really a haunt that is putting them in a good position. It's a haunt that now Gabby uses, but it's like, shit, I either have to try chase TA with this haunt, which I won't be able to do because there's no way I kill her alone. Or I have to use this haunt to get back to my team, which I can do, and we just kill a Phoenix. Nothing more than that. Roshan now up. TNC cannot afford to let this one be picked up. They already have the Aghanim Scepter for FBZ. We literally spoke about it in the drafting phase. What happens if they get Ags on this hero? Suddenly that damage reduction, they can't really deal with it on the side of TNC Predator. And we've been seeing that. Their damage really lacking. Do they have the vision? Armel with Boomy. They see Armel. Does have BKB at the ready. Dreamocell goes forward. Oh, FBZ! Gets the catch. Okay, Armel gets off the BKB, but this fight is still on. Beautiful Impale will be there. Supernova though comes out, gets destroyed almost instantly. But Armel almost loses his life due to this. Gets off the leash, however, which is going to allow him to stay standing. Not enough damage coming in from this Juggernaut. Now Jug needs to flee away from the fight. Try to spin, try to run. Makoto, will he be as lucky? No, he will not. Gets caught and killed in that situation. Boom Esports. They didn't TP out with the Juggernaut. So Dreamocell in a little bit of danger here. Fortunately, Abyssal Blade not nearly as good as it used to be, so should be able to spin and run away the rest of the way. Now opens up the Roche. There is buyback available from TA, but no Phoenix buyback. I think they're probably not going to buy back, but they're threatening around the area. Centaur did buy back, and this Juggernaut is still really strong. Let's see who got level 25 in this game. TA, of course, got the additional refraction instances. You never get anything else. We got the bonus. I'm actually somewhat surprised he got the bonus HP, given how useful the Omni Slash has been for him. Armel went in for the additional eye target. I mean, he was building Aghanim Scepter at a point. Did decide to let off on that particular hope, but that was the idea earlier on. I will admit, I don't actually like the Spectre Arcana, despite Spectre being my favorite carry in the game. Like, yeah. But I will say that this does look really cool. With all these illusions and the space daggers, this is kind of cool. Can't deny, can't deny, can't deny, can't deny that was pretty cool. They have an Aegis now. Aegis on Gabby. Where did the scepter go? Because pretty much everyone has a scepter of their own, right? Gave it to Razor. Alright, cool. Guess we'll sell the other one. Now we are back towards building for the refresher. Maybe this was the rationale towards changing the item queue. Still on a knife's edge. 50 minutes into this one. So close. The thing is, we're also at the point now where we not just start thinking about these tier 5 items and the difference that they could make to the game. We've already seen that happen in the series once before. How much of an impact will it have in this game? Armel has a refresher. At least a shard. Building his own refresher orb. And they take out this tier 2 tower in the mid. Anybody else crack 25 just yet? DP's en route. He's very, very close. And I do think that you get the additional Exorcism Spirits on this one. I mean, the Siphon refresh time might seem nice, but let's be honest, these fights aren't lasting that long anymore. So she's using like 2 Siphons at that in the engagement. 2, 3, you know, don't need much more. TNC will decide to smoke. I'm not sure if they have any vision of where these heroes are from the side of Boom Esports. They're coming onto the Radiant high ground. Triangle. Being encroached upon. They will not be able to find anybody. Spectre picks up a Nullifier. This is huge. Absolutely huge. The Nullifier, baby. Having access to that item means that every single time you make this jump now onto Lion, you can actually kill him. This was a huge component missing in their teamfight prowess from the side of TNC. But now as soon as Haunt is online, Lion should die. Also, did he Haunt by mistake somewhere? Makoto and the gang reclaim the outpost on the other side of the map. Almost level 30 for the Spectre, but crucially everyone's getting to that point where they have buybacks online once more. Only a few stragglers. Phoenix for Boom needs a bit more gold. Same is true for the next assassin, although that amount is a lot lower. That being said, Snapfire also fairly shy of having this buyback. The crucial one though is FBZ. The only core hero in the game without access to the buyback, still on cooldown for another 2 minutes. And with this Aegis still in play for another 45 seconds, pretty sure that this buyback cooldown will be on. So TNC will not have an opportunity to win the game out beforehand. So the thing that's always gets to me is the wrong word, but these later game situations that we have at on our hands at the present, it often means that because we don't have any of those easy like a big one spell that wins the entire fight for a team, there's no like big chrono, ravage, enigma, black hole, none of that. So we're at a late game portion where both teams still have to be very sharp with their execution, and as the game gets later and later, that becomes a lot more difficult. Dota 2 is not easy to play. We've been playing at a high level for the past 55 minutes. They get an MKB now for the TA. I could have sworn she had this earlier. Did she disassemble this for something else? Either way, she now has a way to be able to fight directly into the Spectre as well. We see bottom, Gabby. Ooh, Gabby's caught. Gabby's caught. Is Gabby dead? Yeah, Gabby's dead. Ugh, doesn't matter. Has buyback. Sadly, they're not going to be able to go onto the other side of the map off of this. They can't take a Roche off of this. It's just a really unfortunate situation. Because ultimately, whenever this happens to you, and you just end up dying as spec, I mean, you're sad and it sucks, but it sucks for Boom even more. The fact that this is just going to be a kill that they just have to be like, oh great, we got it, but changes nothing about the game. TNC though, because there are two lanes of racks down, that's also the complication, right? Is any moment where something bad happens to them, they have to immediately begin the retreat for fear of what might happen to the remaining buildings. I'm surprised they're giving as much latitude to the top lane of range racks instead of just finishing it off entirely. But I suppose as they're pushing here now, the fairly large wave going through that top lane should be able to take out the range racks. Makoto wants to do it first though. Takes out the ranged. Oh my god, dude. Boom Esports is actually so smart. So they could have done this at any time in the last 100 seconds. Why wait until now? Simple. If you wait until now, Spectre, there is no carry player worth their salt who will buy back with less than 20 seconds remaining unless they can guarantee a team wipe. So you wait until the last 20 seconds, then go force a reasonably low stakes push just for a range racks. They're not going to buy back just to defend those range racks, but at the same time, you are going to get those range racks for free. Then you walk away, everything's nice, you know they can't fight you, and you know that nobody on the team wants to take a risk on TNC side of actually going in for the engagement in case they overextend and require Gabby to have to buy back with very few seconds remaining on his respawn cooldown. Really smart play here from Boom Esports. Getting them closer to winning. It's only 2 buildings that separate TNC Predator from having to play against mega creeps. Hey, Kazmir! Kazmir, how you doing, comrade? How's it going? "58 minutes in. We're about to cross the hour threshold again. Again. Let's take a look at how many other heroes have managed to reach level 25. Death Prophet indeed approached it, got the bonus spirits as expected. Centaur made the decision to go for the bonus retaliate Wolf Stomp duration instead of the retaliate aura.
Given that he's not the primary focus of these right clicks, this makes perfect sense. Mikoto getting a dam. Oh, they get the jump. They found Razor. Razor might have to buy back. Here's cute. Gets kept alive with the A on the Spectre. Didn't manage to find the Nullifier, I don't think. Dreamosel in the meantime takes out the Snapfire. Forces the instant buyback. Bok has Ghost going, but now BKB is down. No additional protection and has made use of the Aeon Disc. They still have buyback on the Razor. And Roshan isn't even back yet. Only coming up now. Just as we enter the final quarter of the duration of the Ghosts. They have to back. You do not want to have to buy back. At this stage of the game, it's better to give up a Roche than to sacrifice a buyback. Sacrificing buyback will lose you the game. Gotta keep it. Gotta keep it. Get a raft of new items being picked up here by the side of Boom Esports. I love how at the end of the day, they still ended up giving the flicker towards the TA. We have a ceremonial robe on the Lion. Oh, look at that! A Book of the Dead for Phoenix. So nice. So nice. Who is that with the Fallen Sky then? It should be the Centaur. Yeah. Fallen Sky for Centaur. Have they gotten any tier 5 themselves on the side of TNC Predator? Does not seem so. The best they have is the Ex Machina, which is pretty dope, don't get me wrong, but not really helpful when you're dead. Still don't have a buyback just yet from this Razor. I don't think they'll pull a similar trick as what they did previously. Oh my god, Force Boots for Centaur, but look at this. An Apex for Juggernaut. Let's go, baby. Let's go. How much does he need for buyback? 3, 2. Okay, so he can't actually buy the Moonshot just yet. Meantime, Mikoto just gonna go rinse out these top racks quite easily. "61 minutes in." TNC Predator. One thing that's also frustrating for them is that they can't leave their base to try find more items. Of course, they have this Ex Machina, which is very useful. But who's to say there's not another Apex out there to be picked up by the Spectre? Dude, Apex on Spectre is insane. They're keeping them at bay though. Oh, top. Mikoto reaching onto Armel. There's very little chance they actually want to try and kill him. He's just distracting them. Mikoto's literally just distracting them away from the bottom laner X. Dude, this team is actually really smart in terms of how they play the game. Beyond being incredibly skilled, their Dota IQ is quite high. They've been doing these kind of small shenanigan plays the entire game, especially Mikoto. Oh. You know, until I saw that, I sort of forgot that Snapfire even had Aghanim Scepter. Dude, this was a waste of cash. My god, how upset would you be if the game had gone like this after you bought Ags on Snapfire? Bottom, they're trying to force a push. Dreamosel unable to get the necessary damage out. And remember, he's not the one that's sitting with the Aegis, so they cannot actually afford to allow him to die. You need to pop the Stampede to get him out of there with the damage reduction. Top lane, Mikoto gets some damage drained away, but doesn't really matter. I love how also overly farmed Armel is. 39k net worth. Shivas, AC, BKB, BT's hot. Still wants a refresher orb. Has a refresher shard right now. Backpacking, cheese, and a Yule Scepter. Good times. Honestly, dude, backpack the boots. You still get some decent MS from the Yule Scepter. Decent enough that you can like stick around here. But I suppose he wants to be able to bounce between the top lane and bottom. And if he doesn't have the MS to do so, you also can't chase down Mikoto and make sure that the drain is on. Now Makoto's just keeping them here. What can you do? Spectre does not buy Aghanim Scepter. Smoke up. Oh, FBZ finds the hoof stomp. They found him. They got him. Should be a buyback. Boomy though, there is no buyback. That's a dieback. Remember, He bought back a few minutes ago. Gabby activate the horns, falling very low in fact. Force the horns up and down. Supernova made use of, but Dreamostel gets right on top of the Spectre's face. They're able to find that kill. They might lose Dreamostel for this though. Gabby closing the gap. Gabby able to find the kill with Armel's help. Mikoto gets out. Using the Aghanim Scepter to port to a different psionic trap. TP out to safety. Mikoto's fine. They keep the game in the balance, but it does cost 2 huge buybacks. Spectre and Razor both have to buy back into this engagement. Juggernaut, there's a 0% chance you buy back now. Just wait this 1 minute, my friend. Then you return, having an insane amount of strength over and above what's available from TNC. TA maxed out. Moonshot, Aghanims, both of them. MKB, Swift Blink, BKB, Butterfly, Hurricane Pike, and backpacked the Desolator at present. Why does she keep swapping between the Deso and the MKB? I suppose right now you want to actually keep the double damage on the bottle. So for now you keep that, but of course later you'll just slot in the MKB. No space for crit stick. Maybe they can buy Daedalus, try to swap it in after using BKB, but it's a lot to think of, it's a lot to remember. Can the Juggernaut still scale? Not really. Also maxed out. Can Centaur still scale? Centaur can get BTs 1 and 2. You still have a refresher shard, so this slot can be filled by something else. You can still get the shard of the Aghanims. Potentially at this stage of the game, the only thing I can see him buying that actually helps the team is a Hex. Like anything else doesn't seem good enough. And how about TNC Predator? Have they plateaued just yet? Armal definitely has. I mean, can get shards though, but shard is not that great, not that impactful. And Moonshot, so that's the only slots of improvement remaining. Spectre, she can get shard, Moonshot as well. And the team is gonna smoke up. She's got the Force Boots on the spec. So they actually did manage to find some of these tier 5 items. How many they found is unknown. Oh, jump in. They find Juggernaut here. Dreamostel manages to get away to safety thanks to the Lotus Orb. Now Haunt in from Gabby. Supernova from Hyde, not in just yet. And the side of the fight is going to be a loss of the Lion's life. Supernova not used. That's going to be a quick kill. Buyback on both supports. Hookstop only found a few, and there's going to be the Omni Slash bouncing around. Only killing Boomy through this though. Stampede also popped, but look at Dreamostel completely out of mana. But look at Mitoko. Mikoto going into the base, looking for Armel. Can't find him. Oh my god, Armel survives. One more right click might have been enough to get the kill, but it's not going to be on. TNC Predator. They hold this Mayday Rax. TNC Predator are treating this Rax like it's the Constitution. We hold this Rax to be sacred, its foundations to be strong, and its long legacy integral to our success. I can't believe how close the TA got to actually killing Razor. If Armel dies there, remember there's no buyback. 4 minutes. For TNC Predator, this is terrifying. You have to consider the implications of having to defend that kind of push several times over the next 4 minutes of gameplay. Certainly stressful state of affairs here for TNC Predator. TNC. I mean, this gold graph, right, has been slashed pretty dramatically. It was north of this 25k mark. Now it's just above 20. Experience also being cut back significantly as well. Everybody except for this Lion has access to level 25. What did everybody get? Phoenix got the additional Sunray. We already saw what the Core's got on that side of the map. Snapfire, of course, went in for the bonus Morty's Kisses. I might have actually been convinced for the low shredder multi-shot here.
But given that you want to stay as far away from the fight, it's fine. Nyx jumping forward. They get the catch onto FBZ. Do they have the damage? There's going to be the fire snap cookie jump in. They get the grab. They get the kill. Gabby haunts as well to look for the Phoenix. Will they be able to find hide? No, they won't. Port out will be on. And the Phoenix back to safety. FBZ does have buyback, but crucially, Roshan chooses not to respawn. He's chilling, man. He's chilling. Roche is going to be up 5 seconds before the Centaur is. Mikoto! Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Does Mikoto have BKB ports out? Yep, gone. Oh my god. Alright, so that's a glyph used. They have to get rid of all the psionic traps on that side of the map. Look at Boomy cutting down trees as well. He's hunting. He's like, nah fam, we gotta get this vision going. They're covering everything. TNC Predator will protect those racks with their lives. But because they were all drawn back to that side of the map, they got literally nothing out of killing Centaur. Mikoto. We're not surprised to see this. This is the most base thing ever, dude. Who is this guy, man? Oh my god. Mikoto is like next level braining this. Does he have enough damage to punch through backdoor protection? Doesn't seem like it. Gone. Oh my god. I'd be so annoyed right now. Alright. But it buys time and space. Now we can go for Roche. They need to try and stop this. TNC, they're aware it's happening. Gabby gets in the Roshan pit when the Rosh is very, very low. Can Boom Esports stop this? It doesn't seem like it. Rosh will fall, but everybody has too many things in the inventory to pick up the Aegis. Who got the Aegis? Okay, goes the way of Gabby. So much confusion. What do I pick up? What do I drop? What do I do? Gabby eventually does manage to pick it up. So I cannot believe TNC Predator have held beyond the cooldown duration of their buybacks. Now suddenly Boom Esports is the team playing on the back foot, because it's their supports that have fought back in recent times. So if they die, they're the ones that will find themselves suddenly playing at a numerical disadvantage. Goldgraph was once almost touching 30, now back down to 11. This is the wildest game of Dota. Alright, let's see how many 30s we've gotten in this game. We're at that stage now. Three level 30s. Are you freaking kidding me? We find ourselves maybe killing Tim's here. Tim's gonna get brought down. FBZ. Will he be able to get away to safety? Hide. Supernova does come out. FBZ has the hoof stomp. Not gonna use it just yet. Hyde will end up losing his life inside the Supernova. That's gonna be the first support death. They brought back on Tim's. The numerical advantage is coming. Boom Esports have to flee. They have to flee. They run away. But Mikoto, Mikoto brings down a Snapfire inside the base and then gets out to safety. And look where he goes. Goes to the bottom lane instead of going anywhere else, so he can go force the fight. Killcute is dying, but the melee racks are being taken. Mikoto's freaking doing it. Mikoto's freaking doing it. Mega creeps. I've got buyback, bro. I don't give a hoot. Who cares about my life? Megas are on. We did it. We did it, boys. And now, because they also used the ghosts during this entire engagement, during this whole fight, there is no way that they'll have enough damage to push all the way onto the other side of the base, through the tier 3 tower, through the glyph, through the racks, into a tier 4, all before these heroes respawn on the side of Boom Esports. They're gonna try for it though. See how far forward they can get. TNC Predator leaving it all on the table here. Bok, refresh.
Going in. Buyback will be on from the Templar Assassin. Is this it? Everything is gonna end here. 40 seconds left for the Phoenix to come back. So they have the numerical disadvantage. Dreamocell jumps in. Does have access to buyback. Spinning around. Armel losing a lot of HP. FPZ trying to get deeper into the fight. There comes the Swift Slash, but no Omni Slash. They kill the Juggernaut. Dreamocell not in the engagement. Okay, here comes the Omni Slash now. Armel going down. Armel dies. Armel is gone without having any way to come immediately back into the fray. He does get the BT's level 2. He's coming. He wants at the tower. He wants the ancient. TNC have fucking done it. Holy shit. Twice in a row. We got these kind of games. Twice. Oh my god. TNC Predator. Mikoto got the racks, but TNC got the game. What did I just witness? That was wow. Wow. TNC Predator. Thank you, TNC Predator, for making sure that you're still gonna stay in the upper side because I want you to win. But dude, Gabby ended a game on Spectre with Divine Rapier in the inventory. Wow. That was some entertaining Dota. Boom Esports unfortunately couldn't do it in the end. I really do feel like they had the potential to win this game had they been 10 minutes faster with their timings. Just 10. So much could have changed. There were so many fights that looked like it might go better for Boom Esports, but TNC rally, they bring it back. It's so, oh my god, dude. I'm really impressed by TNC Predator. I'm really impressed by Armel. I'm really impressed by Bach. Boomy, rough game. I'm really impressed by Sims as well. Dude, these burrow plays. These horn step plays. Wow. I feel like this game speaks for itself. This was awesome to watch. TNC Predator go through though. They're in through winner's side and they will be playing against Fnatic tomorrow. If this is the kind of Dota they're playing against Boom, dude, that Fnatic TNC game is going to be incredible. Insanely incredible. I can't wait. I can't wait. Wow. Anyway, I've been talking the whole day, and I think this game deserves the final word. So thank you everybody for joining me for this wonderful day of Dota 2. Got to see some topsy-turvy matchups, but some of the more entertaining matchups that we've seen in the entire qualifier portion for TI10. If you're here for the first time, please make sure you're following. Jareen, take it easy, old boy. Make sure you're following if you're not a regular in these parts, if you're not an ensnared member. And of course, make sure to support in whatever way you can. All of it is so, so deeply appreciated. Ladies, gentlemen, my NB comrades. Whew, we done. We done. Wow. See y'all tomorrow when we continue with some more incredible action. We see what happens in the qualifiers, and we get to see TNC take on Fnatic. Keep it locked. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.
us so far, broken down heart, like strung out old stars, plain talking served us so well. We traveled through hell, know how we felt.